Welcome one, welcome all back to your familiar spot for LPL action in the English language. LPL English here on Twitch or YouTube. Thank you all for joining us in for another day of LPL matches. It's my first showing here of Split 2 here. I, of course, will be Slayer, joined by, for the first time ever, the Azir aficionado, the solo queue demon himself, Foles, my color caster, alongside Foles, my friend. It has been too long to get towards this pairing, but I'm excited nonetheless to dive into IGWE tonight.
Oh, Slayer, it is absolutely my pleasure to be here with you today, my friend. We have two legends in the NACL scene. It need not go further than that, but yeah, I am so excited for this catalog we have tonight, IG versus WE, and with some of these roster switch-ups with what's going on here, I myself didn't even know what the heck I was getting myself into, so I think we're in for a good one.
Yeah, we certainly are. Glad you mentioned the fact that with some roster switch-ups, both of these teams, moving two of our teams in Group Ascend that made some switches going into Split 2 to differing result lines so far. But before we get to that point, Foles, let's take an overview look at how the groups currently stand early on into our second split of the LPL. And we can take a look across the board and see exactly how everyone is so far slated.
Otherwise, we're looking at a big goose egg for far too long.
Certainly are, Foles. It has been a rough start for WE out the gate here. Still looking, it's not even the fact that they're 0-3 in series too, right, Foles? It's 0-6. So like they are currently yet to win a game of League of Legends on the main stage of the LPL. Yeah, not good numbers nonetheless. But let's open up and formatically get through this lineup as we know it. Introduce you to Team WE in its, like we mentioned, newer form, and that being because of the man on the far side of your screen, Arha. Yes, the former Weibo support. Yes, he should still be their Weibo support. I will hold that opinion till I die. But he comes in here with Team WE, combines up with one of our up and coming imported AD carries about coming on over here to start the year, doing with his fellow Korean Karis in the mid lane, and then this has always been Monkey's team. He's still running it in the jungle, and Cube in the top side will round out Team WE.
Yeah, this is a roster that just has so many wild cards that it's hard to really keep track of what's going on here. Now that Arha's joined us here into the mix, because we already had Monkey being the most devious player to probably ever grace pro play of all time, full stop. So to get to witness him tonight, I'm already, fully excited for just what level 1 is going to hold and just all of these early games. But yeah, this roster is really exciting to watch.
Yeah, but they are struggling as the David to the Group Ascend Goliath. We just want to use this as a simple metaphor for everybody at home to recognize that Group Ascend is the top level, and there is a clear gap. Even if in Split 1, we had that Group Perseverance that was supposed to be like the middle pack between our usual Ascend and Nirvana. Group Ascend is a whole other beast, so when you come to play here, you are going up against the Goliaths of the LPL. And yes, we do have NIP up there, who were the other team that WE joined alongside to pro into Group Ascend. But folks, they've earned their spot up there as they are 2-1. They've already taken 2 series in the Group Ascend of Split 2, so we're just waiting on WE to show that they can really compete at this level of play, Foles, alongside the other teams.
Yeah, NIP has absolutely earned their place up there, and for this particular series tonight, we want to see if WE can kind of join that Goliath group a little bit more, prove that they belong in this Group Ascend, because it's honestly pretty embarrassing with the 0-6 start. It really brings into the question, do they belong here? We want to see them prove that this is where they belong tonight, Slayer.
Yeah, because they definitely have got squads like EDG who look good in Nirvana, and LNG obviously we're hoping to be in a Group Ascend in Split 2 that are waiting right on their heels. Definitely a sore spot for WE so far this year, at least in my viewing of their 6 losses, has been Arha and About trying to mesh. And Fools, some of this was somewhat expected, right? To make a mid-season swap like this, bring a fresh AD carry to the the whole region and About, and then get him a new support in Arha. You were expecting maybe some rough patches, but there have been spots where it's a bit rougher than you can really say, oh, the rust is the only thing causing these issues.
Yeah, it was definitely pretty adventurous activities from the general manager of WE. He wanted to bring in About, synergize him with Karis, and then now bringing in Arha to help maybe supplement, support About with his introduction to the league. And they just haven't really clicked yet. So not only to join the group ascend against all those Goliaths we saw in the previous slide, but to also have a new support to build synergy with, that's a lot to ask of, pretty much a rookie player here in About, right? So we want to see if all this starts adding up eventually.
Without a doubt, yeah, especially in this lane-dominant meta. Let's switch over to IG very quickly, though. We'll speed through this one so we get everything in before we get our teams on stage. IG definitely, well, we'll get them up in a second. There we go. Yep. So IG, this is one of our few teams. Okay. Our graphics package is currently fighting our producer, and our producer has won. Third time's the charm. IG is a team that have made 3 major switches roster-wise, but have 4 new players coming in here. So it's a lot to take in. Breathe added before Split 2. He comes in a top lane. Wei, the lone member from their Split 1 roster, still in the jungle. Renard is currently filling in for Rookie. And then you've got the new look bottom lane of Jachi, who was holding Jackie Love's place on top esports last split, and the veteran himself, the world champion Mako, to join him in the bot side. Big upgrades across the board here, Foles, on this roster.
Yeah, so this is absolutely not the same IG roster that we did see in the previous iteration of the LPL split, because now with Renard taking the mid lane mantle, we've recently seen pro plays rate the difficulty or importance of each role in the game, and everyone has sort of decided that mid is the most important. So to have Rookie out of the place and Renard stepping in, really big deal, and as goes for your main man Mako here as well.
Yeah, so, some of our newer LPL fans, you might not be too familiar with one of our support goats of the region, but Mako really hung his hat on, especially in his World Championship run, his ability on the Enchanters. He has such high win rates on every one of these champions you're seeing across the board here. And, of course, if you needed a bigger reminder, you could go to your own League of Legends shop, look up some World Championship skins. Mako, he had so many options, Foles. He landed on Yumi. That's got to be something to show this guy loves these enchanters that currently are dominating our bot lane meta.
I mean, that is just the most based possible pick. I think all of the, everyone across the board, you got to be thanking Mako for his fine choice. But yeah, he's a really great introduction to this roster. It's going to be actually the same story in the bot lane for both sides here of developing synergy with Jachi and Mako and with About and Airhawk, because these players are just now getting paired up with their, their overseers, their general managers, kind of switching up those roster pieces. So we're going to have to see how they stack up. I really think bringing in a veteran like Mako is a wise choice.
Yeah, and it certainly helps that their mid laner currently standing in for the ever illustrious Rookie in the LPL when he's on stage playing. Has been pretty well here. He's played pretty well. He has that Deathless LeBlanc performance and an IG wipe. I've liked him a lot of spots here, and I'm glad, Foles, that you're here to kind of critique him, because you are a mid lane master of yourself. I mean, I still find it wild that you've played some of these players that we see in the LPL on solo queue servers. So to have you here to dissect how Renard does today is going to be promising, because, he's filling in for a guy of Rookie's caliber, right? So him doing well with this team, it makes for very interesting conversations about the state of IG and Split 2.
Oh, yeah, we definitely got into some of those in the pre-show, and it's just the fact that I really think Renard is pretty good. I was watching him closely in the Demacia Cup, which I know everyone can say it's not necessarily the most, important S-tier elite tournament of all time, but there is still some data that can be seen in the way these guys are clicking, man. Renard was clicking pretty sound, and I think he deserves a shot. I thought Rookie was clicking pretty shoddy, pretty faulty. It didn't look like he was really, he was skipping some steps. He was taking some shortcuts with those clicks. He was dying to the most random, unnecessary mistakes of all time. So I really liked what I was seeing from Renard. I'm not saying that his career he's the best player of all time, way better than Rookie, one of the most profound players of all time, but I'm saying Renard does deserve a shot.
Renard is earning his chance for sure. Yeah, it'll be very fun to track this across all of Split 2. Obviously, as we currently are slated with this IG roster, we have no idea when or even if Rookie is going to come back to IG to play in this mid lane, which will make for very interesting things. But it's such a weird spot because, Foles, while I do think we're both in agreement Renard has been playing well, one thing that nobody can really debate is that the roster around whoever is playing mid lane for IG is so much better. So it's kind of hard to fully grade what Renard would look like with Rookie. Like, what if Renard was playing with the Split 1 IG roster? How bad would that look? And maybe you could also say, how good is IG going to get if they get Rookie back to play alongside an upgraded Split 2 roster?
Yeah, so there's a lot of questions that come into play here with this, current IG roster, with them literally switching 4 pieces and only keeping Wei. It's really interesting because they have a rookie in the mid lane now. Ironically, a rookie, but not named Rookie. His name is Renard.
Right,
and they
exactly.
have a veteran in the top lane, bringing in Breathe here instead of Sober, when they had the inverse previously with the veteran Rookie and the rookie Sobero. So now they've switched up the veterans and the rookies to have Renard, if any of that made any sense at all.
I was keeping track. I've got you. But
so that's what's up. They're cooking here. I'm telling you, these people that are moving these rosters around, they know a thing or two, man. They've got a good formula right here.
Yeah, it's very tough in the LPL because I think it is definitely one of the more cutthroat leagues when it comes to younger rosters that, especially if you're playing in Group Ascend under an organization like as high as IG's level, it's really hard to be a rookie and come in and expect to really have a huge impact. That's why a lot of us were kind of hesitant about the IG roster last split. They had decent moments, mostly thanks to Wei, in my opinion. But you can see why, as a Group Ascend team, a team with IG who I think have one of the biggest fan bases in the LPL, arguably the biggest because of names like the Shy from before.
Yeah.
You need to put out rosters that are going to compete in Group Ascend, and you mentioned it, adding all these veterans, not just the fact that you go for Breathe in the top side, but then you add Mako instead of Jue, who is still a couple years fresh into his LPL journey in the support role. It's barring good results for now, but we have to keep up that consistency. It is still a gauntlet to play in Group Ascend. Luckily, IG have not really run into too many of those tough matchups so far. They obviously have the win over NIP earlier on to kick off their season, and then they have the top esports win as well, which, I think that is a pretty good one, knowing the fact that that's a Jackie Love led, and now Tien, you have Tien in the jungle as well. But that's another roster you got to give more time to mesh. So IG, I don't think they're going to be tested as much tonight, Fools. I'm curious what your opinion is on this series, but 3-0 is still 3-0 if they can get this one done.
Yeah, so IG, as if you're looking at it from their lens, from their perspective, this should be the most clear-cut, simple, adding a additional win to the column. Let's see Invictus Gaming walk it out though. This is supposed to be their home match. It's, so to speak, their favorite to win here. If you ask probably anyone in this crowd. So
yeah, I'm definitely, if we had predictions flying, I would be on the side of an IG win, and I would be hard pressed to hear anyone to try to convince me why the 03-06 team will pick up a win here. Yep, you mentioned it though, Fools. We are getting the full walkouts. I am always a fan of this style of walkout, right? If it's not a huge Worlds level event, for Worlds we gotta do the cool stage stuff where each one comes out on their own, embraces the crowd. But when you're playing at home, let's just play towards the fans, get them involved. You can make their week if they get to high-five their favorite player. So I like these style of walkouts. As we get WE coming out now.
Yeah, let's take a look at WE here. These guys, this is everything to them, About here and Karis, the 2 Koreans coming overseas to China to try and make a career for themselves. You got to take these kind of matches off the scoreboard, get some wins in the column. If you're coming into this Group Ascend, you want to be a successful player like some of these other players from Korea who've come over to this region, like Viper, like Ruler, like Pays, as we were saying.
Yep.
You walk this out and you got to aura farm your way to the top, man.
Exactly. Do enough for your own personal credit with the aura farming, as well as get the results on the stage. Obviously led out by their captains. Monkey there leading it out for Team WE. Folks, it may feel like an eon ago, but as we get our players heading to their PC setups, gotta remind you, we are still technically less than a year removed from a Team WE top 4 finish in an LPL split. Like that, we are still less than a year removed. And it's because of a guy like Monkey. So still a lot of pressure on him to really carry a lot of the brunt of this team. But he showed in Split 2 that he could do it with a roster that I would say firepower-wise is pretty comparable to the one he's sitting with right now.
Yeah, I mean, Monkey definitely has the pieces and components he needs to introduce his trickery into this game, into this series, into all of these teams in in Group Ascends. So again, everyone, I just think keep that spotlight on Monkey. I don't know how to explain it, man. Like, I think he's just so aptly named, but he's just probably going to be up to no good. He's going to be doing something. You're going to be like second guessing, like, is that the right idea? But it could be. Like, cause if you don't know what you're doing, how is the enemy going to know, right? So I think that's kind of the wavelength he's on, man. I'm not even going to lie.
The classic, if I don't know what I'm doing next, I theoretically become unpredictable. I know. Exactly. I like the strategy here. All right. Foles, though, we are getting set here for this Game 1 draft that will come underway. So just let everyone know at home, IG did end up on blue side. So they, I believe, selected blue side, actually. And then WE end up with first pick. So we are going to be getting a new formed R1. Still feels weird to say that as the first pick of the game. Still got to get used to that. But I want to pick your brain, knowing this WE team that you've been talking about. Where do you want to see them go with this first pick to kick off our series in our first draft?
Yeah, so gone are the days where B1 just is the end-all, be-all first pick of the draft. We have the R1 here, and that's the real question. It makes me wonder if Invictus was baiting WE into going for first pick, because you found that if you give teams right of first choice, first selection, typically teams will go for pick order over map side, right? So, and then when it comes to pick order, typically in Game 1, especially with the meta of Orianna particularly, you really want first pick, it seems like. So it's interesting that IG would have opted for the blue side, and they're going to end up with the second pick, the last pick. So typically last pick is obviously really OP for top lane and support typically, because those are the most volatile roles on the map, right? Is top lane with the isolation, and support being able to have such a wide variety of countering each other. Like if you get some kind of, I don't even know what a great example is, but blitzcrank into Milio, whatever, like that's going to help you out, right? So you really want that in the draft. All that being said, into this draft here, we got some bans on the board. Orianna already taken off as the second pick. So yeah, leaving the rest of the OPs, Orianna, Rumble, Nico, Karma.
Okay, so that's a lot of powerful R1 picks that are definitely taken off the board. We'll start thinking about bottom lane pairings maybe. That's the turn that I want to look at for IG, but for WE, it's the Monkey Show. Why not? Let's get him a very powerful jungler, a tempo jungler in this Pantheon. Locked in. Great pick there, but this is where bottom lane is at, folks, and maybe why IG wanted the turn pick. If they weren't going to see bans to all the great pairings, they get Ashe Seraphine. 10 out of 10, Foles.
Yeah, so the meta is really interesting right now, because when it comes to bot lane, you really want to, especially with the Fearless dynamic in the Game 1s, it's very common you're going to be wanting the ranged bot lane. All in for the bot lane Bush level 1, whether it's Karma, whether it's Seraphine, whether it's Bard or Nico, something with some kind of range that can offer you this utility. And then when it comes to the jungle and mid position, the most OP characters in that role. So, when it comes to the range and the support role, when it comes to the jungle and mid role, it's global pressure. It's the ability to have Rise, Pantheon, Nocturne. Champions like this who are able to influence the map are really popular right now. So to first pick the Pantheon is a great move to get that in Monkey's hands.
Yeah, and interesting. So we get the Ezreal to come through here now for a bout. You just mentioned the fact that Ezreal Karma is the most common pairing, but I will say Ezreal I like as a pick into Ashe Seraphine because it's one of the safest AD carries we have in the game, and 2 is an AD carry that you can comfortably leave and allow your support to roam. So we're setting up Arha for some roamability, but you can never knock these 3 picks right now in the meta if you're IG. Again, flawless. Ashe Seraphine we already talked about, but a Jarvan as well, another one of the premier junglers. So far I think both squads fulls are getting heavy hitters that they both can use to try and get to different wins, different styles of winning here for our Game 1.
Yeah, when it comes to looking at IG's comp here, I think that they just have a really good comp for playing itself. Like, if you just get yourself in the river with these champions and a dragon setup
setup is so easy.
you're totally going to have a field day down there, you know, with these kind of champions. So you definitely want to ban out, as WE here, champions that could help follow into that theme. You know, obviously it's good that Rumble's off the table would be completely broken in a comp like this. Any champion that can offer that kind of, you know, layering with the Ashe, Seraphine, Jarvan, because you're able to have a lot of reach there with the Jarvan EQR and with the Seraphine R over top, the Ashe R over top. You know, things that can have that much reach are really OP in a comp like this.
So, okay, yeah, so the Mbessa ban probably helpful too as a dive buddy maybe for Jarvan. I like the Sion ban. I also think, you know, Ashe we talk about with the Seraphine pairing all the time and the pick potential for ultimate, but if a game does go late with where Ashe's build is at, she does turn into like basically a Gatling gun of an AD carry. You put a tank in front of a Gatling gun, it's going to give you a lot of good results. Like to see the Sion ban. Wonder where they go here last, because there are a lot of ways that IG could try and put together the rest of this comp. They definitely, like you mentioned, want to pair something with this Jarvan to try and go forward, so I like the Renekton ban as well there to close things out for WE.
So at this stage of the draft, like, honestly, I would always bring this up even at the first rotation, but Azir does need to be brought into the question. I mean, this champion is just so OP, man. I really think we've been having a talk, Tails and I, the coach here at Winthrop, and we've basically come up with a term for Azir. We like to call him the apex character, okay? Because he just does it all, man. He's the top of the food chain. So I really think like he would go pretty hard in a spot like this into the Rise. You get the range advantage. So Cassio and Anivia are the typical counters, though. So don't be surprised it's going Cassio here.
Okay, yeah, so the Cassiopeia going to come through here for Renard. Yet to, I believe, play this split here so far in the LPL, so that will be fun. Like you mentioned, though, we've been seeing it pop a lot more here. And now we see Q go towards one of his patented champions. He's known for a pretty short pool of champions that I feel like he can reliably play. Yorick does kind of fit into that set, but Foles, regardless what really comes in here next to about Ezreal, it could be the Nico. Man, the map pressure that WE are going to bring, especially with the split push instead of a Yorick here, a very stark different game plan to what IG are putting together for game one.
Yeah, so I was really trying to envision how you fix this comp as WE, because, you know, with those first 3 picks on each side, you had like a sort of perfect TFT team fight comp for IG, and a comp as WE that kind of wants the 1-3-1, that kind of wants to spread out the map. So I was figuring, like, how do you work on that spread out the map theme? Boom. Yorick, man, because you completely just play into the side lane as a threat that eventually becomes so insurmountable that it can just end the game. That's what's so effective about Yorick, is if it's left unanswered forever, your Nexus will just disappear. So that's a really good champion to have to play around with some of these globals. You've got the Pantheon and the Rise. Why not add an Ezreal ult into that? Just beam one of those across the map, no scope. Maybe even that can really help enable this Yorick to become that insurmountable side lane threat, right? So I like the direction.
Yeah, and hey, like you talked about earlier on with this draft, you have the Pantheon Rise. Like, these are the two best champions to threaten the map to allow maybe to overload towards a Yorick to make a pick play, or, you know, play for other sides of the map away from this Yorick and create a lot of chaos with numbers advantages there. So WE, though, Fools, it does mean they really need to be proactive in getting a lead early into that mid game, because if, like you mentioned with the IG comp, if they ever have to go into a Dragon or a Baron setup they don't have control of, it's a nightmare walking 5v5 into this IG team.
Yeah, exactly. So if IG is able to threaten a kind of soul point kind of type deal, it could come down to a third Drake especially, because the team fight comp, if they're able to, as you said, get the setup, the game is pretty much theirs. Like, it's just so favorable, right? So that's why, as you said, you gotta find some kind of in-series WE, and the main point I want to hit home is it is much harder, in my opinion, to play WE's comp. It takes so much more what would you call it, coordination, right? Like, you have to all be on the same kind of, well, of course the team fighting requires coordination too, but it's much more simple and laid out in front of you, whereas this is more of a chess kind of style that WE has to go for.
We'll see if that more nuanced comp can get Team WE their first game win of Split 2, as we are out onto the Rift here, and what can help them go forward is some hometown Jaios. Who, Foles, we talked about it, man. IG, one of the biggest fan bases in the LPL, and, I mean, in the arena, they really backed up that talk with the Jaios.
Yeah, it's one of my favorite things about watching the LPL and the Chinese culture of esports is the Jaios, to be honest. Like, it's a really big deal to the players on the stage here, and the fans are really supporting them earnestly. Like, they really do genuinely want to see these players succeed. So I hope to see that these players really can step up in this big group ascent. Like, these are some of the teams who you could question versus the likes of BLG or JDG. Like, isn't that the real group ascent? But these guys can belong in that conversation.
Yeah, I mean, like we talked about getting into this matchup, the goal is split 2, obviously to win it all, but for a lot of these teams, make it to the international, and thanks to BLG, it's a bit easier to do so in the LPL. As already see Monkey get spotted on a ward, trying to look for a level 3 gank here, and will be snuffed out. So it does at least alleviate the Ashe Seraphine pressure somewhat, but allows Wei to really garner himself a jungle lead we expect. He's already pathing into enemy red quadrant, so Monkey should likely fall behind in camps here to Wei.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. This jungle play from Monkey is
crazy,
completely crazy. Like, as we were talking about, and this unfortunately seems like one of them that is gonna backfire quite a lot. I mean, he has lost quite a lot off this. He is still level 2 Pantheon, so he can maybe salvage this game state, but he definitely has put himself on a bit of a back foot here.
Yeah, and luckily, thanks to his mid laner Karis warding this Raptor camp, he will see that Wei is stealing away his chickens. But level behind, not having access to that red buff for the combat, the fact Renard has a shove into Karis right now with those twin fangs. I love this from Wei. It's why we feel like he is such a pivotal part of IG. Not the captain anymore, thanks to Mako, but the veteran presence he brings to the jungle, garnering himself leads like this. And now he's going towards this top crab. The Monkey looking to fight him over, but Wei just smites it away and walks away casually and says, all right, I can just go into my top quadrant. But Monkey, feeling the pressure of losing all those camps, walks in, tries to steal some camps. Flag and drag lands down. Monkey gets the stun through. Our junglers are just slugging it out. The question is, can mid or top lane get here first, and from which side will it be? Because Monkey's going to need the help, and luckily Cube is here first. But boy, does Monkey teeter on the brink of his health bar, extinguishing for no sort of gain.
Wow, I almost wonder if the Jarvan pick in the draft is just that good, because the way that Wei has been spacing Monkey and getting these trades and taking over this early game, just both level 3 to level 3, it's really well played to Wei here. Starting it off, I mean, getting the heal here in the bot lane, wanting to put that summoner on cooldown, but yeah, Wei is going to have an absolutely ginormous early game lead. We're talking like 4 camps right now, Slayer.
Yeah, I mean, there's no way to answer it. And Monkey, I believe he also left off his wolf camp on the bot side to go for that level 3 exchange early on that set him back. So that was a first rotation set of wolves he's just now getting the reset timer onto. It's a tough spot. Wei is going to get this full clear down, completely finished onto his spot side, and this first backfolds is going to be so juicy compared to what we already see Monkey come back out with, which is just 1 mere longsword. This is going to be a tunneler and then some likely for Wei on that side.
Yeah, and I'm glad you brought up the tunneler, because I just would be so interested to see if any of these pros are optimistic enough to try the solo queue, Profane Hydra, Axiom Arc, Jarvan. Because, I mean, I really, truly doubt it. Like, I'm talking like 5-10% chance in my head. Right. I really think, like, if you have a lead like this, why not? You're going to be so...
Call your own shot, right?
Yeah, like, you can do so much to the game state from this kind of a lead. But you called it. It's going to be the tunneler. It's probably going to be the Sundered Sky and the Black Cleaver and the GA. You know, this is kind of what we're seeing from this. But again, when it comes to these early game mishaps, which we saw here from Monkey, typically sometimes you don't face the repercussions till later, because now it's really going to start mattering on this turn where they've both got their recalls in. Wei's got those extra stats, and he's about to hit level 6. We might start seeing the consequences of those mistakes come to bite WE.
Glad you brought up the level advantage, because that's the real problem, right? Is that he's not going to... Usually that second crab can get junglers over to level 6, and then they can play for the map, but Monkey's so far behind that 8-ball is really going to hurt him in the level category. Wei, though, before getting over to level 6, it's like, hey, you know what? My bottom lane has push. We spotted Monkey having to clear his topside camps. I'm going to try to take this first dragon for free. All right, Renard popping the ghost. Karis makes the trade. Petrifying Gaze comes down, but Monkey is here to cover and might find himself a kill. But the rest of IG is coming over to try and assist their mid laner. Renard, nonetheless, stands tall in the 1v2, but here comes Karis with the Realm Warp. Just a fake out here to try and get Wei off of the dragon. They're trying to get Monkey in here to maybe hero steal this dragon away. But IG have the numbers and the health bars, but Wei wants to respect it. Flagging drags through the stun. The Monkey flashes on top to get. Flashes galore come out from IG. Mako, Jachi, and Wei all flash. Wei flashes back over, though, steals away the dragon. What is first blood? It's LPL style. Wei drops, but he secures the dragon he wanted all along.
Slayer, I am grinning ear to ear right now, man. I just love watching League of Legends that looks like this, when it just gets so chaotic and so awesome and you don't know what's happening, because none of that was necessary what just took place. And the best part about all of it was that and I don't know what's going on. I mean, the Chemtech Drake keeps spawning, but this Drake is so OP in the early game, and this root from Herald just completely sealing this fight. This comp from IG is not supposed to have to triple flash backwards against this comp from WE, especially after that early game that Monkey had. That was so favorable and fortunate for WE that things lined up the way they did, because the fact that it was a Chemtech Drake meant it was beaming so much damage as well. Had that been a different Drake, things could have looked so differently. But alas for IG, they just completely are left with the short end of the stick.
Yeah, because you can see About. He's the one that grabs that first blood. Now he gets this huge injection of gold. He goes up a 500 over Jachi, and Monkey's looking to create more here. Grand Starfall coming down. Arha flashes to get the root onto Jachi that sets up the Pantheon stun. The new member of Team WE really wanting this squad to get their first win in Split 2. Back-to-back great creation out of the Nico.
Oh, and the butterfly effect is taking shape here in this game, because can you not imagine an alternate timeline where Wei just completely had a gold lead over Monkey for the entirety of the game? Somehow we've gotten to this point where, look, the gold lead has just switched in his favor.
Power of the Pantheon, right? You get that Grand Starfall. We talked about the map pressure. Everyone likes to talk about, especially with Nocturne, how valuable like the first two Paranoias are. You can think about Pantheon in a lot of the similar vein. Those first couple Grand Starfalls need to count, and Maniacal Monkey goes after it immediately and sets up About for a 1,000 gold lead, which is big just to get the Ezreal ahead, but also Foles, what this does for that bot lane 2v2 that we talk about is always dominated by comps like Ashe Seraphine. Now this Ezreal has a lot more breathing room.
Yeah, the way Monkey just man dropped in and they one-shot that guy, I didn't expect that the Pantheon can just have so much effectivity and so little counterplay. But if you saw his Jachi there, how do you even play the game? Because he was just trying to click on pretty reasonable units there. Like, that was really close to his tower. But all it takes is one flash setup from the Nico. Pantheon's already on top of you, and you're sent to the fountain. So yeah, this is a really good early game start for Monkey. Nor is this a good early game start for Jachi's Arrow Wings.
All right, well, we got to immediately pivot to the grubs here, where Wei finds Monkey once again, does secure and pick up, I believe, the third grub. Yeah, no grubs over to Team WE, so he's able to stave off the little trade there from Monkey and gets both neutral early objectives here towards IG's side. Monkey hunting for more with the Blast Cone. Wei does have the support of his top laner. He's going to put down the Cataclysm. Flag and Drag comes across, and here comes Breathe with the Mega Gnar stacked up. Going to throw a big old brick over to Monkey's side and pick up that kill. Monkey punished for another overextension. Classic WE.
Classic WE, classic Monkey, but you got to wonder, could it not just be Monkey giving them cortisol? You know what I'm saying? He gets the Jarvan. Yeah, he gets the Jarvan Cataclysm. He gets the Cassiopeia Ghost. You know what that means? Those are two pretty important spells which are now on cooldown, thus enabling him to do some more Monkey shenanigans in the future.
And hey, what does all that topside drama mean? Is that About and Arha can continue to accentuate their lead even further, picking up some plates. This Karis going to pretty close range on Renard, but here comes the Grand Starfall again. Petrifying Gaze from Renard, those studs, both Monkey and Karis in place, and he doesn't need Ghost to run out if his opponents are stuck in stone.
Beautiful Petrifying Gaze from Renard. Picks the exact frame to get them both stunned there, completely evading the gank, who doesn't need Ghost at all from the previous play if he lands a Petrifying Gaze like that.
Beautiful little bit of skill there from Renard, who again has some of the biggest shoes to fill in. We talked about last split for Jachi, who we do have in this game, how he was filled in for the big Jackie Love. Now that that's out of the way, Jackie Love's back. You could argue that Renard has the most pressure in his role, knowing who could potentially loom over him to replace him. But he is not disappointed and is scaling up nice and dandy so far. Look at the map state, though, Foles. We got that next dragon spawning in about 10 seconds to look forward to here. See if any big items can come through on either side. I see about with a Triforce completion as a big, big plus sign for Team WE.
Yeah, that is a really huge deal to secure the Triforce here as the Ezreal. And that is some of my favorite discourse here, is watching Renard's replacement of Rookie, you know, and we're going to get to see if some of these plays that he's been making are able to keep happening, because it looks like WE has set up on this river, but IG wants the bot side of it. Things could get ugly real quick here, but the Realm Warp's on cooldown, the Grand Starfall's on cooldown.
Yeah.
All the flashes are up though, so I would certainly love to see those get spent. You know what happens when that happens.
Yeah, we see about getting a sizable chunk there into Wei, hitting a couple Mystic shots in the True Shot Barrage. So Wei gonna have to go towards a camp here to try and heal on up, and that could buy a bit more time for some of those more potent ultimates for Team W to come up. Don't expect the Grand Starfall, but we'll have access to the Realm Warp now. But we talked about this, Foles. It's a dangerous game walking into this IG composition if they have set up first. So Monkey getting control of this Drake pit is pretty pivotal as everybody starts to shoehorn in towards this bot side. Oh, here comes Arha. There we go. Pop Blossom. Oh, he's going to grab Janju, trying to flash up. Stun's going to land from Monkey as we trade support for AD carry. Monkey having to flash across the lane to find that trade kill. But it's a plus kill nonetheless. You'll always take an AD carry kill for your support's death.
Yeah, Arha going straight in there to force the envelope, force the issue here, because with this Drake being alive, you can tell that both teams are poking and prodding spells, trying to keep control of this river, because sure, you can take it, but can you keep it? You see around this tri-bush of the bot side here that they're constantly fighting back and forth. That was that chunk that about went for onto Wei, and you know that IG's not giving this easily.
Wei gonna get spotted, stunned up. Rune Prism's gonna come down as well to try and layer those stuns. Wei does end up flashing and getting over towards that blast cone. But that one little walk there from Karis and Monkey proves pivotal, as they should have access to that first dragon, the second dragon. And it seems like something was a little fishy about that last little escapade. As we will drop into a bit of a pause here.
Yeah, I mean, you guys might get to see that I just got Nocturne ulted IRL if we do go into a full-on pause here.
Oh, no.
But
there's
yeah,
so that's why there's no Nocturne in the game. It's prowling on your facilities out there, fools.
Yeah, so you know how that is, man. But I'm sure my boy Beep's back there. He's in game right now, so the motion sensor gonna pick him up eventually. I told him to fix it for us. But I mean, yeah, man, this early game is crazy to me, because you saw how poorly Monkey's level 2 pathing was, and now he's just completely taking over the game, getting two
makes
Drakes.
no sense.
It
makes no sense.
I don't think he deserves this, man. Like, I'm not gonna lie. Like, I mean, this just was kind of handed to him. I'm trying to recollect how this even took place. Where did they go wrong as IG?
Well, you know, we're not gonna get the replay, but I find a lot of value. It was that, you know, first dragon fight where we saw the antics of Wei flashing into the pit to secure the dragon, but ending up getting himself killed. It was funny, right? Because what really started that, it was IG on that dragon. But what got Wei off of it was a Karis fake-out Realm Warp. He puts the Realm Warp down. He puts it like, oh, we're going to land right on top of you, Wei. There could be 3 people in here to jump you. But there wasn't anybody. It gave enough time that Wei came off of that dragon, and W were able to walk back in there. So I'm glad we have time to talk about this. I want to give Karis a lot of credit here for the fact that little fake-out, I think, really set up the play that got Monkey back into the game.
Yeah, and you're actually playing a really difficult matchup there as the Rise into the Casio. Eventually, it just gets so hard to handle with the fact that you have kind of a similar range, but if you're both in each other's range for an extended period of time, the Casio just completely swallows you and just eats you whole. Like, she just does so much damage that you just completely cannot play the game, because even if you root him, you've already lost way more HP than you offered. So I think that he's been doing really well for himself in this mid lane matchup. You know, some of these Realm Warps have kind of been pump fakes. You know, he hasn't really done the full Avengers Assemble just yet. But that's the thing with the Rise, is typically, especially while all of the tier 1 towers are up, the map is so, it's not as open yet.
A lot more restricted.
You're a lot more limited in what you can do. So, you know, we're not going to see any crazy Realm Warps just yet. But with the way that he's been moving, I think that he might be able to get them across the finish line with this 2 Drake start.
I'm glad we're talking a lot about cars here, twofolds, because if we look back to how the year's gone so far with Team WE, obviously they didn't start in Group Ascend, right? We had Group Perseverance that they were able to win the Gauntlet play-in tournament, the Knights tournament, to get into Group Ascend. And through a lot of their success, Team WE, a lot of people, including myself, give a lot of credit to Karis, who we felt like leveled up a ton from his last year's campaign to now. So we're looking to, put a bit more pressure on Karis to perform on this Team WE squad now in Group Ascend. So we'll keep a watch on his rise here. But, theory crafting on how the rest of this game could go, Foles. You mentioned the fact that breaking turrets is going to be pretty pivotal here for Team WE. We didn't see a lot of it, but that's why you really like that York pickup in the top side here. Cube is, gone fully even. He's down a bit of gold to the Gnar in the CS matchup. You kind of expect that. He could be that tool to try and break the map open more to allow Team WE to play that global threat with the Pantheon rise.
Yeah, I mean, we were not expecting WE to get the first Drakes out the gate. In my head, when I looked at these drafts and I kind of envisioned what's going to happen, I had a feeling that the Ashe Seraphine comp and the Cassio comp, I mean, maybe first Drake, you don't have your items yet, but I thought definitely second Drake, and you saw, they were really contesting that river as much as they could. Jarvan was trying to, it's interesting. You're trying to see Jarvan get into WE's Tribush, and trying to see Panther get into it. They're trying to get into the opposing Tribush to try and really just kind of usurp all the land, I guess. Just give them no vision, no quarter, nowhere to stand or play the game. Then they can't access the river. But unfortunately, what ended up happening was just that the Jarvan got too chunked out, too zoned out. And when Pantheon has all that space to operate, I suppose this is a lot to do with Arha's engaged there as the Nico in the bot lane.
Yeah.
Yep. that was unprecedented, because they were all just kind of in a bit of a stalemate, and there was no real need to do that. But that did create this timeline that we live in today. So maybe this roster switch up, bringing Arha in next to a bout here is what they need. They got themselves a pretty good shot here, Slayer.
Yeah, I mean, looking at about 1,000 gold lead. We pointed out going into this game after the draft that the composition for Team WE really needs to find a lead early and never relinquish it with their map pressure. So despite how this game started for Monkey, he's got his team on a pretty good trajectory with those Drakes evened up. Next objective you're looking towards is that Rift Herald in about a minute, and this is where I do want to give some praise over to Wei when we saw it. Getting 3 grubs, always good for a team, but I guess I definitely didn't process it at the time, Foles. Denying grubs from a Yorick Rise solo lane squad may be the real win here.
Yeah, that's actually a huge deal. I mean, for me, the story of this game is all about the butterfly effect, right? And to think, for example, had Monkey gotten one of those grubs, that could really at least help in this kind of side lane, tower chipping ordeal that they really want to get themselves going with. And the same thing goes with that mistake that Monkey made there. You saw, remember, he blast coned in straight towards Breathe and Wei, honestly for no good reason, just to kind of give them cortisol. Well, now Breathe is looking at a 600, previously 700 gold lead up there in the top lane. So the top side is winning out pretty handedly here for IG. So we're going to want to see if they can leverage that.
Definitely going to leverage some plates here for Breathe to try and increase that lead as he, cracks one open with a good old headbutt before Cube can get over there to match the new lane assignments that we've got going on so far here. Rift Herald is onto the map, and we do have a lot more first items coming across, well, for everybody involved, but especially these IG members. A lot of scaling threats here with a couple of Roas coming across. Should be IG holding control towards this Rift Herald side as, well, Jachi splits the uprights on another arrow. At least this one didn't clock the clone this time, but still a pretty big engage tool off the board here for IG.
Yeah, I nearly forgot that. I mean, we're going to see an engage onto Monkey here. We might have a fight all out.
Yeah. Cataclysm holds him in place, but look at the damage from a battle in the True Shot Barrage. Arha is going to grab 2 into the Tangle Barb to hold Mako in place, but a good double stun and turn from Renard shuts down Arha. About going to have to flash and dash himself to safety. Petrifying Gaze just to zone WE away from the mid lane as IG will take their win and head towards the Herald.
I mean, zone them did he ever. They did not dare come towards him. And yeah, really good look for IG here off of the back of Wei's engage onto Monkey there. That was a really big kind of all-out fight that took place just over one kind of pixel in the top river there. I think it's all because neither team wants to give access to this Herald.
And we go back through the replay here, and you can, Foles, really talk us through how IG were able to turn this on to Monkey.
Yeah, so Monkey gets barely clipped by the Jarvan EQ, and that's going to really complicate things because he's really stuck in place too far there. But Arha is able to zone a lot of them. However, it is just the miasma from Renard that is able to shut that down. And I almost wonder if Renard was considering flashing, so he made like half of the inputs of an R flash and just didn't really finish it off because he decided against it. I've kind of had similar things like that when maybe you start like an Azir shuffle, for example, but don't want to, you know, carry it out the full distance. It could have been something like that. He started the inputs and didn't finish it, but definitely not something I've seen Rookie do in recent times.
That's the bar. Glad you called out for Rookie of all people. Yep. So Renard, though, still picks up that critical kill, has himself a gold lead over Karis, and WE will have even more map advantage because Breathe did TP to try and make sure IG could secure that fight win. We saw Cube respond with getting rid of first brick, so he gets the first turret. And this is where the big ping pong that Team W want to have. They have TP advantage on their top laner, and you can see the effect it has. Breathe already having to walk up once again with Meganar bar full just to make sure IG can secure this objective.
Yeah, so IG trying to play as a unit, WE trying to play towards the side lane towers. Cube definitely building a pretty big wave down here. He's going to have some ghouls. He's going to have the ulti coming up. You know, we got the wave that just spawned coming in as well. This does need to be answered in some kind of extra steps from IG. I don't really know if you can just leave this Yorick unattended. You see that he has shrunk the gold lead down all the way to just 200 now, which is really nice off of the back of that previous first split tower. But at this point in the game, I believe Yorick just wins out regardless. He's got the XP lead, and we got to fight.
Grand Starfall, double flash from the bottom lane. Good turn. Monkey's going to try and block, but here comes a huge encore that does clip him out. Monkey should go down. Is about pumping out the damage. Flashes Glorious Cube, slams it down the Spade to find a trade, but there's Mako again with a double root, and the flash from Renard clips a stun right onto a bounce head, and Renard sinks his fangs in to find the kill onto the Fed 80 carry. Renard showing out, IG balling in the fights.
Yeah, and just out of the blue, WE starts the fight off, thinking it's on their terms. But IG is ready as ever to pounce on that overstep from WE, and especially off of the back of that beautiful set of inputs from Renard, are they able to have themselves a look here. Right as Ashe sends the ulti, it looks like that was Monkey's go signal. But I guess it just wasn't worth, because the response from Jachi and Mako is so synchronous and beautiful, both flashing out at the same time, meaning if Monkey wants to stun either of them, he has to go under tower, which is a clear, punishable move from him. And you see how IG just totally capitalized. Renard really clutching it up there big.
Yep, and now we're immediately into our next fight here, which is the third Drake. Way will secure it. Realm War brings Karis over. They do clip Jachi. He has to force out the arrow, trying to kite back. Both carries trying to hunt down Jachi. Karis should finally pick up this kill. So IG grabbed that dragon, but now they're down a man, but they got a big Gnar in the front line trying to hold everyone at bay. Monkey one on away from death. It's a bot from Way to find that one, and now Karis has to head for the hills. Flag and drag over from Way, a bit audacious. He gets trapped in the dark procession, and the arrows, the shots ring through. Way goes too far, trades the kill back. It's IG down a kill, but they pick up that third Drake as we still stay pretty even in these fights.
Yeah, you definitely want to secure that Drake as IG there. I almost wonder if the Drake tally is bugged, right? I thought WE got the first two Drakes. Maybe I'm tripping, but IG definitely gonna make sure that there's no soul point of any kind going on here. It was really unexpected that Karis was able to accidentally mind control Way into dying at the end of that play. That was really convenient, I'm not gonna lie. So WE definitely getting a lot of freebies from IG this game.
And it's got the gold dead even here on both sides, but taking a look at everybody's inventories as we hopefully settle into a bit of a lull before I see Monkey pull the trigger on another Grand Starfall. Full is my mid lane Maestro. Renard both those scaling items done. How accelerated and how confident are you feeling about this Cassiopeia for Invictus Gaming?
It's really, really promising, the looks from Renard. Not only has his gameplay looked clean, but now this lead is really materializing as well. And honestly, he's got about like 2.5 minutes lead on the Roa completion over Karis here, which is going to be really convenient because that's going to get him towards level 16, if not 17, in about a couple minutes from now. Whereas with Karis, his Roa's looking at kind of like a level 18, maybe too late type deal. I think he bought it at like minute 16, which is, you know, I've had my teammates in scrims definitely not be too happy with some of my later Roa purchases, and he's kind of having a bit of a look like that here. But looks like Renard is quite possibly itemizing into an actualizer, so stay tuned for that.
We'll have to see. He's trying to actualize a turret takedown here, but the minion wave has been thinned out by Karis, and Wei taking another sizable chunk as an arrow hits onto my windshield of my car parked outside. Nobody gets hit by that arrow, and that will kind of shut down this push here. So IG, their little overload doesn't necessarily manifest in much.
Yeah, Jachi not quite hitting the bullseye, but it's fine, you know, just throw him out if you can. The cooldown is quite ridiculously short. We got an extra overstay.
Collapse. Yeah, luckily there's enough health behind Karis that Renard can't find any kill, but a bit of a gritty back there from Mako and Renard. They'll have to spend a bit more time to get off of that side of the map, and should give pressure to WE to maybe try and knock down this mid-tier one.
Yeah, that does give them a lot of tempo in this mid lane here. It'll be interesting to see if they can get those swings onto the tower.
Realm
Orb.
All right, Renard backs up this time. Plays it safe. Does have to burn the ghost again.
Yep. That does matter, I will say. About is way too deep.
Double flash is powerful and he carries, but guess who has a flag and drag its way? Encore lands here, but Jachi gets jumped on by Monkey. Huge shields coming out here as Jachi trades his life for a bout shutdown. Both ADs off the board here, but WE still pushing strong, like they can play with their food. It's a flash from Mako out of the Dark Procession as all of WE try and collapse, and with the York in the mid lane, we're going to try and knock down this tier 1 turret. It's a TP coming through here from Breathe. And that alone will give Renard and company time to thin out the wave. Everybody pulling up to the mid lane party, but it's IG that saved their turret.
Yeah, Slayer, this is, I truly mean, my favorite kind of League of Legends to watch. It's just, it's so surprising because you think that like, oh, everything's chilling, nothing's going on, you know, it's not that serious, and then all of a sudden, both teams just start and the Avengers just summon out of nowhere just because one guy clicked on one pink ward, and it's like, yo, relax, man. Like, it's not that big of a deal. But yeah, About has to burn the flash from Wei's engage. You see the teleports come flying. No team wants to leave a member behind, you know. These guys are brothers in arms here, fighting until the very death. With this Drake coming up too, you already know both teams are posturing for this one.
Yep, about 20 seconds out here. Items are scarcely similar between everybody. About 2 item breakpoints on either side. About pretty strong is Jachi again. Another one of these arrows not finding its mark and starting to hurt here because, again, that's put so much of the engage importance on Wei in these fights with the arrow down. They get control of the mid wave and they try and walk themselves over to the dragon. They have Q pinch, level 16, pretty tanky Yorick. Gets himself out thanks to an Arha heal. And IG can take control of Vision for now.
And this is that predicament we thought about in draft. Once you have the control of the river as IG's comps here, it's just so hard for WE to make you relinquish that. Like, you just can't really access this territory with WE's comp unless Arha finds a godlike engage. But I would not be surprised to see if they give this. But this is the LPL Split. You know they're going.
Yep, they're going to try and walk in, but Dragon's too low. I think Wei just secures it with the smite before Monkey can really come across. Breathe with a big Nard bar forces Cube to flash away from all of IGs. They stack him as 5, but Monkey trying to break them in half. Gets stunned up, puts up the Aegis of Protector, but Wei on top of him trying to throw these autos through. Arha tries to get a big pop blossom, only going to grab Bernard, who's trying to hold strong on the front line. Gets 1 kill. Breathe to bop it on top of Cube's head, finds another, and the Ash Seraphine turned into a makeshift Gatling gun and mow down everybody not named Monkey. Dragon secured, fight win secured. IG back on top.
And I think that's MVP Mako. I was wondering, how was this Nico snared? I lost track of the comps. I thought that Rise was able to snare Nico, but no, I think it was an E from Mako from downtown, sniping Arha on the Pop Blossom channel, meaning he could not disrupt that fight at all with his flash. He could have built so much space, completely took that fight over as the Nico, but one snare to the dome, and Arha is left with his flash available, but the Baron not so much.
Hey, and Chachi's hitting arrows too, Foles, and if that's going well finally for IG, they're eating real good, and they're chowing down on to the Baron, and they grab a kill onto Monkey as well. IG completely blow this game open, and let's go back to this Dragon fight you've been talking about, Foles, because the first thing I think IG do really well here is bunch up as 5 as Monkey's ult comes through. That's exactly how you need to stay together with this IG comp.
Yeah,
and the encore.
Beautiful encore as well. I gotta keep close eyes on Arha here. He's really looking for it was Renard.
It was Renard.
What a beautiful look from Renard, completely throwing his body into the middle of the fight. You know, there's a lot of people, not just in solo queue, but in genuine competitive play, who would almost never do a play like that. Regardless of what role they play, some people are just not willing to sacrifice themselves for the greater good of the team. And I am very proud and glad to say, for all IG fans out there, Renard is willing to do what it takes to win.
It's what you got to do in the best region in the world, thanks to BLG. We can confidently say that saying. Got to remind the viewers that one. BLG #1 means LPL #1, and Renard competing, sacrificing himself to try and make sure IG get a 1 in the win column of this series. They are on the Baron Assault. Nice little 3-2 split they've got going here, trying to knock down some tier 2s. How can Monkey get in here to try and break up this death ball that is really scaled up, especially thanks to Mako? This is why Seraphine is so deadly in the meta right now, Foles. The healing, the shielding you get later on, post level 11 with a couple support items through, it makes it so hard for a pick comp like WE to work.
That is exactly what I was just thinking. This Seraphine's W is on a ridiculously low cooldown, and every single time he feels like it, he can pretty much just restore and top off all of his teammates at will. This stage of the game, Mako is in his element. IG is completely scaled. WE is just left trying to defend whatever they possibly can.
Arha, flash onto Jaji, gets a good pop blossom onto a couple. The encore is going to whiff here as Mako gets jumped out from Monkey, but the split fight isn't working out for WE because their carries can't step past the juggernaut that is Renard. Throws down another great miasma, petrifying gaze, another double tap grab from Mako. Kara's flashing after Renard, but he won't go down unless he pulls all the WE down with him. It's a triple kill away and an Invictus Gaming ace.
Blue team Invictus aiming scores the ace. Can they end it all here? Survey says... Survey says no.
They don't got their carries.
Yeah, we asked the chat here, do you think they're going to be able to end? I don't think they're going to be able to. They take the tempo, and they're going to end up setting up, posturing for this Drake down here. It's going to leave WE in a very precarious position. You're going to have to somehow access this bottom river with this huge lead the IG comp has. I mean, you can respect the attempt from Arha, really trying to force something down here. I mean, it's not a bad look because your tower is still alive, clinging on by hardly an auto attack. So you want to fight while this tower is there so you have some slightly safer space to run away in. But yeah, once this engage flops, the flight is just not playable. And now you have yourselves with a missing arrow and a very, very maybe easier time to make your way in here. Maybe with some kind of Pantheon ult or a Yorick TP, but you're not giving this Drake in the LPL, surely.
Mountain Drake over would be a scary thing. It's tough for them to even work their way through here with Breathe able to hold pressure on that top side. And how scaled up Renard has gotten. What a game for Renard. I mean, we talk about who he's filling in for. Maybe expected that a player of rookie's caliber, one of our premier mids, but game after game, Renard seems to be getting better and better, and he is the focal point for IG. Behind Wei, who is leading the charge here. Cataclysm down onto Monkey. The encore not going to hit anybody. Wei doesn't drop, though. Still has that GA. Renard takes a pretty big chunk here from Karis. Meganar breathes showing up here soon, but both Wei and Renard pretty low. Gonna make this dragon a lot more interesting.
All I'm going to say is this is going to have to be some Realm Warp Slayer. They got to switch this up.
Oh, there's the Realm Warp. Karis is going for the flank onto Renard, but the Flash Petrifying Gaze catches Karis right as he arrives to the fight. It's Renard again with the playmaking that shuts down WE's flank, and now Waves flashing after about, gets onto Monkey. Arha's Pop Blossom doesn't matter because nobody can walk past the IG battle lane, and they're time to hunt down the stragglers. One drops in the name of Cube, and finally Jachi snipes a half-map arrow to put a cherry on top and IG win. Second ace of the game, and it'll be the final one. IG are going to take a 1-0 series lead.
And I mean, this is why you first rotation Seraphine. Pick this champ as soon as you can. You see, even though IG is having some really disadvantageous trades, you know, WE is doing really well for themselves, dodging all sorts of spells left and right. Seraphine just keeping everyone's HP bars too high. And Renard, my MVP of this game, landing another clutch Petrifying Gaze, because I was just gonna say, WE could have had something there. They had the most opportune shot that I'd seen for them, which I completely did not expect, you know, being down 9k gold there, but they were getting some pretty big chunks. You know, Seraphine was kind of countering that. It kind of sucks on that front, but you could have maybe done something with some kind of Realm Warp differently somewhere else, maybe get the Pantheon in there, but Renard not having any of it.
What a game there from the substitute mid laner for IG so far here in this split. Yeah, that last fight was awesome, Folds, because you were predicting it. Like, as you were saying, Karis looks for a Realm Warp, we had it, but it's the aggressiveness that we see here from Renard, right? It's what we love here in the LPL, the region that has really just been stamped as the aggro region. That we're seeing a mid laner on, Cassiopeia, not really a flashy champion by a lot of regards, except for those Petrifying Gaze. He is using his flash aggressively. I mean, Foles, just to pick your brain, when was the last time you've seen a Cassio in a game, a pro play game, play as aggressive as we just saw Renard play?
Yeah, I actually, when I really do think about it, I've seen a lot of people play Cassio in a more of a different kind of style, where, you know, they're more of like a DPS threat, similar to an 80 carry, just of the magic damage variety. They kind of use their space and their range, and they just don't want anyone to get on top of them. Kind of almost like a Ziggs in that way, where you just don't want anyone to break into your personal space bubble kind of thing. But no, he says, I don't care about I'm invading your personal space as the Cassio, and just getting right up into the front line as that champ, which is kind of what you got to do in a draft like that, because then you're able to actually make use of your kit. Whereas if you're just getting, you know, outranged, what can you do from the back line, right? So may as well, if you're going to go forward, go all the way in.
And that's exactly what Renard did in a couple of these spots. But as we talked about, you know, a really good start for IG, really good finish, but this game was a classic, hot pot of LPL chaos. WE definitely had their chances when we thought they really shouldn't have, especially for Monkey in this one. It could have gone WE's away. I mean, that mid game, right? At about 14 minutes, they were up about 1,000 gold in a good spot. So definitely a lot to go back to the drawing board for both of these squads after this game.
Yeah, I mean, IG definitely did not close this one out or perform across the entirety of the game in the cleanest fashion. There was a lot of mistakes from both sides here that we really want to see them clean up. I mean, I'm still genuinely shocked that Monkey was able to play the early game, clicking 30 seconds to the enemy Krug camp with no Krugs available of any kind, just chilling there in the Krug pit, in the bush, for 20 seconds straight, and still winning the early game. I definitely think the IG coach not going to be the happiest about that, to say the very least. But as both teams, you had some bright sides, you had some mistakes. Definitely as IG, you had a way better performance across the board. The clear victor who it should have been.
Yeah, and really embody that death ball comp, right? Once you get to these highlights, you'll notice it. It was what Foles did such a good job, you pointed out in draft, of how stylistically different these two teams want to operate. Will we see a much more spread out map that WE really dominate? No. What we ended up seeing time after time as we got later into this game were fights where IG stayed up, clumped as 4, clumped as 5, and this draft, you can't really beat it if that's the way the game is going.
Yeah, and that's what's really interesting about it, is that when it comes to League of Legends and when it comes to losing a game, you can VOD review and you can see, why did we lose? Oh, maybe it was because of a slight mechanical misplay. You got clipped by a certain spell that stuns you, such as a Petrifying Gaze, and that really complicates the rest of your game. But a lot of these were kind of voluntary mistakes out of WE. You know, you have the Grand Starfall. You don't have to just dive straight into the mid lane multiple times, you know, on certain timers. You can kind of juggle the champions around the map, kind of switch up the lane assignments constantly. You know, with this kind of Rise Yorick comp, you can really make it hard for IG to have that death ball setup, especially with the early game you had. But I think they almost forgot, and this is what the coach is more than likely going to be addressing, is they almost forgot their composition's identity. They thought they were playing a comp who could go toe-to-toe team fighting, and I think that was just because they overestimated how well things went for them at the start. Maybe ironically, had things actually not gone so well, then they maybe wouldn't have been playing on the same screen as them so often. It would be way better off if they were just on 3 different screens at once instead of all being on the same screen. You know, so yeah.
Yeah, no, that's a great point, Foles. Looking through these highlights and thinking about the last 15 minutes of that game, how many times do we just have to, as WE, have to pull Cube out of a side lane push? We saw him, the one time he was able to break first brick was because Breathe had a TP mid for a 5v5. Oh yeah, that's the flash there from Renard that really seals this game. But like, we never got Cube. I don't think he ever got a chance to threaten a tier 2 turret in this game.
Yeah, honestly, no, not really. There was one time when I know that he could have definitely did like 2 plates worth of damage to a bot tower. I was mentioning it. He had a bunch of ghouls in the bot lane there. He had 2 waves coming in, and it was just another who was coming to defend. He could have easily just gone for like a quick little auto bonk. You know, that could have at least added up. But for some reason, he was more gravitating, leaning towards grouping up with his team. Even if the enemies didn't have that much tempo to play towards him, he didn't really want to exert himself that much. And he wanted to play more towards the team. I guess it could be a bit of a communication thing, a bit of a fog of war thing. It's hard to really know how to navigate these comps. I mean, this is literally the highest level of play against some really talented players, constantly trying to mess you up. So to know what the best thing to do is very difficult.
You know what's not difficult here? Hopefully, Foles, our voters over on the LPL with their MVP pick, and they failed it. They went with Wei. They give Wei the MVP. I was with you, Foles. I get the stat line looks nice here for Wei, his impact on the game, but you know who won them those clutch fights? It was Renard. It was always Renard.
So keep in mind, and you're keeping this in mind, so I appreciate it, is that this is literally a team fight death ball comp. So of course, if you're having a Jarvan pressing E and you're having a lot of fights, you're gonna have a lot of kill participation. Great, but if you actually, I mean, I don't wanna diss my boy Wei. Like I'm just saying those.
Oh, he played well. He definitely played well.
Don't get me wrong. But
oh, look how close the votes were. Yeah, that one Mako vote. We had 3 Renard votes, so it was close at least.
Crazy. But that's actually cool that the referees voted. I didn't know that. But yeah, if you think about some of those specific zoom in micro moments, let's just call them, there were some mistakes that came out of Wei. Actually, you remember he flag dragged straight into the dragon pit and died. I didn't see Renard do that. If Renard was dying, it was looking like a pretty opportune time to Bowson's Law. You know, just go straight on in there. So I think, you know, the overall precision of the gameplay was higher from Renard. He did play really well. He piloted his character to a very high ability. That's why he's my MVP.
He's the caster, the LPL English caster MVP nonetheless here. But, you know, it's cool to see that he did get Renard did get some support from the voters close to grabbing that MVP. Speaking on support, though, Foles, got to take a second to talk to you guys a bit about how you could potentially, you know, support us here at the LPL English. If you want to support us here at the LPL English, you should be consider becoming a Coffee member. Coffee is the best way to support the LPL English project, since the vast majority of your contributions will go directly to the show itself. A lot of the initial payments go into upgrading the broadcast, but a huge bulk of it pays on-air talent like myself and Foles, and content creators behind the scenes. Some of those awesome international interviews I always like to shout out. Those don't happen without your support here on Coffee. So subscribe to our Coffee that is linked in chat. You can unlock perks like early access to content and the ability to ask interview questions for those unique on-site interviews like I talked about, folks. And we're not just talking about your LPL names as well. Anybody you want to talk to about hear from at those internationals, we try to chat with as well. So we'll give you some time here to go ahead and check out the coffee if you've got a second, because we are going to, wind down a bit here and get set up for our second game. It will be WE with side selection. IG looking to sweep out and keep WE winless in Split 2 so far. So we'll see you guys on the other side of a short intermission. Back in a flash here on LPL English as we are getting into our second game of our first series of the day here. If you missed out on game number one, you could probably predict in your head what went down here. classic monkey shenanigans in the early game, had WE in a good spot, but it's been this IG team fighting and maybe one of their, rising mid laners of the Split 2 in the LPL that really took over to get this IG win on the board here, Foles.
Yeah, there's a lot of narratives that can come into play with this particular series, especially because a lot of the players are, newly introduced pieces here. But when it comes to Renard, the question was, is he able to fill those very, very heavy shoes that Rookie left him? And thus far, in this particular showing from him, and so far low-key, in the entirety of this, well, what do we call this? The second split of the LPL this year?
Yep.
In the entirety, he has looked pretty good. And same goes for the Demacia Cup when we were watching him a few months back. So far, Renard has proven himself, which I can appreciate that. But now, I really want to see if we can see some reciprocation or some, if anything, leveling up and reaching that bar, which Renard has now set from the likes of none other than About. For me, About is kind of the equivalent story on the enemy team. I don't really know how to explain it, but the vibe feels similar, where there are these kind of younger players who are, surrounded by these pieces where things are kind of unproven, but they definitely have some heavy hitters who are able to get them across the finish line. It's just about the individual talent at play here. Renard just demonstrated a heck of a lot of it. There was a lot of individual, influences that took place right there. So now I just want to see if About, Karis, sure, he just keep Renard at bay. I want to see if About can do it, because just him in particular, man, he hasn't proven himself to me yet.
Okay, I like that. I like something to look out for, the full spotlight. Talking about, I mean, hey, it's a tough game for him because he is the real beneficiary of that early kind of gold generation we saw. He got up, 2-0 on this Ezreal. I don't know. Ezreal is a really tough sort of champion, I think, to play into the death ball comps. So we kind of saw the shortcomings of that. I thought he looked decently impressive for his first split in Split 1 on Team WE. So we'll look out for that here, Foles. But, before we get into that second draft, always want to pick your brain about what you want to see here. I want to put you in the draft position of Team WE for a second here. Talk to me about what we're doing with that first selection that they have available. Talk to me about maybe some champions you want to see on certain players here to see if Team WE can finally get that first game win. They're still hunting in Split 2.
Yeah, so I think, again, you probably still want to go for the first pick. If you can, now that you got the choice, you can just go for that. You might be playing red side again here, for all we know. Seems like IG preferred the blue there. But I really want to see if they can get Karis on a champion who, or honestly, I want to see them get their hands on one of these champions who is considered that Z tier. So you could have Orianna, you could have Rumble, you could have, honestly, Karma, or Varus even could be really good. But all right. One of these champions in the Z tier on the first pick would be really nice to get. Typically, when there's at least 3 good first picks, it should be good to go first pick. So I want to see if that's what they're going for here.
All right, we'll have to see here once we get into this draft. What I will say, though, is I like that strategy. Pretty simplistic, get those Z2 champions out of the way. If they are going to do so, and they are going to go for first selection, I don't hate just, maybe tunneling in on bottom lane bans, mostly to break up those pairings again, right? We already saw Ashe Seraphine come out. We still have Karma floating around that can do a lot with a lot of nice pairings. Corki Nami, another lane dominant comp. Yunar Lulu is that scaling option of a duo. If you're gonna play for one of these Z tier B1s, first selections you're talking about, we got to make sure to cover for not giving away another powerful duo, because we saw what Jacci, especially Mako, was able to do with the Seraphine when they were able to just turn 1-2 their own with a duo pick from the bot lane.
Yeah, it seems like Ashe Seraphine is just a complete, I want to say, no-go in terms of letting through. It's extremely forbidden. At this point, I think I've seen enough games where it's just completely overpowered. If you're Ezreal Karma or maybe Ezreal Bard, it's chill, I guess, but they're still just Ashe Seraphine. And it's this Seraphine character slayer. Just the fact that she's able to offer basically a team-wide redemption, feels like every 8-10 seconds. Having this infinite mana, infinite sustain, the ulti layering range. This is that champion in particular, which then gets extremely enabled by the Ashe. We can't have anything just like that. You know, Corki Nami is of a similar power level, absolutely, because next thing you know, or honestly, Caitlyn Nami, something like this can be really good too. Just if you get the Nami, where basically all you have to do is get an auto range one time, and then that slow and that amount of damage that you're going to deal is just so much range and power that it's just really, really effective. I definitely agree. We don't want to be letting that through for either side here. And I mean, there's only 6 bans. There's definitely more than 6 OP characters in terms of the current meta, because I can name you a few already. We got Bard, we got Karma. These 2 champs are pretty OP. Bard is not, we're not looking at a Kyle or a Keria special right now, so this champ typically gets through, so that wouldn't be too surprising. But you know, there is of course Rumble, there is of course Orianna, and there is of course Varus. So these are some really good champions, and it's gonna be really tricky to have a bout really prove himself, because I don't know what kind of draft angle you can go for. He's been drafting a bit of the Lucian, but I just don't think that that's the meta for him right now. You know, I really want to see him on one of those. Maybe that's the angle, if anything. If you can't get Varus, maybe first pick Lulu, first pick Karma, try and play for the bot lane stock and draft.
We'll have to see. You know, you brought up NACL a little bit earlier when we got on here. That's definitely a region I've seen dominate the B1 Karma pick, first selection Karma pick. Don't have to worry about that, though. And we have to say 07. I know, Foles, it hurts you to see the Azir band away, my friend. So we won't get the Grand Shuriman either coming out here, the Nocturne band as well. So, all right, which of these Z-tier champions are still hanging around here for, well, actually, it looks like IG will have B1 here on the first selection.
Yeah, so we're going to get a B1. That probably means that W wants the last pick. Maybe it's for a last pick support, but it's pretty weird in this meta. So I would doubt that it's Cube saying, yo, guys, give me last pick. So maybe it is pretty interesting. Maybe they want to draft their bot lane on 1-2, and maybe they just want some kind of, maybe they just prefer drafting in that order.
Yeah.
Interesting.
I mean, this has been what it is, right? The one bad part about first selection is usually it's hard to go for bottom lane, so you default to jungle. We saw it for W last game. They first selected Pantheon. They saw Ashe Seraphine turn onto them. So now we have, you know, the shoe on the other foot. It's Wei that says, all right, I want the Xin Zhao, one of the premier junglers, left back up. What is that going to leave, Foles? Looking more and more so like Yunara Lulu.
Yeah, it should pretty almost always be a Yunara Lulu here. I wouldn't be surprised, though, if they do go for... I mean, I just don't think there's like any champion who you want to take here more than Yunara, because I don't know. I mean, Ambessa's a strong champion overall, but I don't know. It just feels weird. Like I feel like Ambessa's not quite that OP blind pick that some of those other champions who we saw in the ban phase are, such as, you know, Rumble and Orianna. So. But this is nice because it can definitely give you some flexibility.
True.
Though I would not be surprised to see a Renekton slam here.
Okay, well,
I
don't hate holding off the Yunara until the next pick here, right? So you can go for something you want, because you know you're not getting the Yunara denied. We are going to end up with the bottom lane matchup. I thought a very common bottom lane matchup is, you know, Jachi and Mako are like, yeah, we'll play the Corki Nami. So now we have basically all of those premier duos, thanks to the fact we had an Ezreal in game 1 to take away Ezreal Karma. All of our, you know, stock standard bottom lane duos are out and about in this series. We'll get the Corki Nami Yunara Lulu matchup. But I'm glad you brought up the flexibility of this Ambessa, right? Because technically we could see Cube or maybe even Monkey pilot this one as the draft goes on.
Yeah, so it's interesting because there are some champions who kind of counter Ambessa outright in the laning phase, but you don't really mind so much. I want to give a shout out to one of my friends, Ninky, streamer. He's like rank 15 right now, like 2,500 LP. People thought it was just a Gwen OTP, but no, he suddenly became like unironically like the best Ambessa on NA somehow, like just as good as like Shaden or whoever else you would bring into that question. But we learned that Ambessa is, he would say something similar to me, but with the zeros. Like, it's just the apex character. It's just so effective, so good. You want to draft it at all times. And in the jungle, you don't have to worry about champions like Renekton or Camille, where theoretically, like, you just never win trades against them for the entirety of the game. it can become really difficult. But if you're the jungler, you don't have to interact with them constantly like that. You can just kind of pick them off with a quick ulti and layering from your teammates. You don't have to worry about this kind of 1v1 dueling dynamic. But they didn't opt to ban any of those top lane champs, so I feel like you kind of got to take this Ambessa jungle. You do have the last pick though, so you're going to get to save that to the end, which means you should be picking mid here on 4.
All right, that's what we'll likely see. IG with their bans are saying, you know what, we think Cubes is going with this Ambessa, so we'll ban the Skarner, we'll ban the Vi away from Monkey, kind of trying to shoehorn this Ambessa into that jungle role. The Annie going to come through here for Karis, so WE now playing what I would say the stronger death ball team fight comp, the way they're composing with the scaling of Yunara, the team fight of the Annie. And if a Renekton comes through here for Breeze, I just feel like if this gets locked in, Foles, it's too risky to send the Ambessa top at this point.
Yeah, at this point, hypothetically, you always send the Ambessa jungle. So that would be their intention there with the Renekton pick. Now
you can do whatever you want.
Take Ambessa top lane.
Maybe that was their
Ambessa
strat.
Completely counter Sion.
Maybe that was their strat, right? We're going to ban away Monkey, champions we don't want to see Monkey play because we want this Ambessa to go top, and now Monkey's pool is picked. So they're kind of just trying to put the star, the captain, in a tough spot here for WE.
mean, low-key, that's a method. You literally say, like, yo, Monkey, you got nothing else, man. That's what you say. You say, like, whatever you got next is so much worse than everything else that we're just going to win if you draft a jungler here. So that's an interesting and a pretty bold take from IG. They take the Victor Slam. I really like this Victor champion, by the way.
Front line.
It can be really awkward picking him sometimes because, for example, if they have Orianna Nocturne, you just kind of can't really play the game whatsoever at all. Or if they have a Kali kind of, or these kind of champs, it can be really tricky. But if you're getting Victor in a draft like this, you just get to beam people all game from this outranging position. It's really nice.
Okay, though, but hey, so they were daring Monkey to send the Ambessa top for Cube, but I kind of like the trade-off. Trundle up against the Sion, that is a 10 out of 10 subjugate target right there, Foles.
Yeah, if anything, I think WE, and also because I'm familiar that Monkey is pretty decent at this champion, I think WE just completely finished, they won the draft with the finishing pick there. I think that was a really, really good pick because I almost wonder if IG didn't account for this. I mean, I might be off my rocker, but I really think that this is really, really good for WE because Ambessa wins out versus Sion all game, and you get to have one of this Apex champion who's kind of uninhibited in the lane, which is really convenient. Then you have this Trundle who's able to duel the Zinzao, one of the strongest duelers in the game right now. So he's probably going to be able to at least keep up in the early game, especially in the mid and late game. He's going to be offering quite a lot in terms of reducing Zinzao's stats, his AD, maybe even his armor and MR could be really nice. And then the Sion as well really gets thematically countered by Trundle. You know about how much resistances he steals, not to mention you can just plonk the pillar right in front of the Sion ulti, really remove that engage option. The one thing I don't like as much is the Annie blind pick. I'm not the biggest fan of the Annie overall, but it fits the Deathball comp pretty well. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, I think for this WE comp to work, I do think they really need to find flank angles because, yeah, the subjugate onto Sion is very good, but you've got such a front line with IG behind this Victor. We'll have to see. We're on to the Rift here. Game 2. Can WE get their first win of Split 2? They need their Gyos to get them pumped up first. And there they are. Crowd still energized. You love to see it. As we get the minions crashing on in here. And already some early trades here from Renard. Gonna likely not see a lot of noise from the mid lane here. The bottom lane, gonna be a different story. As both supports forced to trade heal for the speed up alone. Both squads trying to jockey for position on this first wave. And, well, Foles, in this sort of matchup we've seen so many times, the more pressure about in Arha can get early, the better, because this is the weakest point for the Yunara Lulu of our game.
Yeah, the story of this draft is definitely that both teams got their hands on the bot lane pairings of the meta. You know, we got the Corki Nami, we got the Yunara Lulu. I'm actually not sure on the specifics of who's winning this matchup at what points. As far as I know, it's pretty even, but they're both extremely strong. So if anything, as the other players, as Renard, as Karis, you're kind of scared in the middle game when those champions are stacked up together. Either, you know, you're just playing on your mid wave as Karis. Next thing you know, Corki Nami shows up with a Triforce and you just get completely one shot. Could be the same kind of story as Renard. So I think these champions will go toe-to-toe down there pretty well, and they're going to be able to carry the game, which is beautiful because I wanted to see About have carry potential.
Definitely slotted for that in this game, but you talked about in draft, we saw a bit of him training early. So is Cube on this Mbessa in a positive lane matchup of his own. Just want to, take a moment as we see both our junglers mirroring their clears, so they'll stay away from each other. Talk about the fact that Cube as a player has been, kind of shoehorned into only being able to play a couple few champions reliably, and not a lot of them are in the style of this Mbessa. So this is a pretty big test up against a player of Breathe's caliber to try and show, hey, I can put the carry pants on, I can play these Mbessas, you can rely on me to do so, Team WE, because in the past, all they felt reliable on him for was stuff like the Scion, stuff like the Rumble, and etc. Fools.
And I've actually been trained to look out for what a good Mbessa looks like, so I'll definitely let you know what I think. There's definitely some tricky things you can do when it comes to pressing S in the middle of your ult or pressing QE, and using less dashes than you need. But here we go. Monkey does have a 10-second window before Wei gets here.
All right, here they go. Going after Jauchi. Aggro's going to be taking the polymorph, comes down. Good barrier from Jauchi. Decent healing coming across. Arha, perfect time flash, though. Drops the aggro, gets himself out, and that's a stock standard start you want for Team WE. First blood into About's hands as well. It's Monkey's early game going a lot better than last time.
Really well played from Arha there to tank the tower. And he's set up About perfectly to carry this game now. That's a 500 gold lead.
Okay. Gonna lose out on this bot scuttle, though. Monkey does get pushed off thanks to some Renard pressure. So it's gonna be blood on... Jauchi dropping gold onto About there, but it's the double crab here for Wei, so classic jungler sacrifice for an early gank. It'll lose a bit of gold in that aspect, but still a 500 gold lead for Team WE, and About going to come back to lane. I like it. Just going for the Cole here. It's a really good item on especially Yunara as well, how she interacts with waves and wants to play these waves, so just going to lean even further into scaling and completely dwarfing the power he can have in this game compared to this Jauchi Corki.
I mean, it's super good start for WE to get this gold onto About, but it is quite interesting that Jauchi does still have his flash, Mako does still have his sums. That would mean that, with these inventories, I mean, About has a bit more AD, a bit more attack speed maybe, but this is not a foregone conclusion in the bot lane at all. Jauchi and Mako can definitely punch their way back into this one, so looks like they're even getting themselves a bit of prio on this current sequence. We'll see how things continue to transpire down there.
Glad you pointed out the flashes, yeah, because About having to flash as well with the turret targeting him really did hanker how much power they can have in the lane with this lead. Cube, but for the time being, holding on to... All right, I was going to say he had the ultimate advantage. I was wondering if he was going to full send it, try and hit a public execution there, but Breathe is holding his own pretty well. I want to point out that once he catches one of these incoming waves, he should be able to stay pretty on top of the CS, and every moment the Scion just gets to Soul Furnace scale fulls and doesn't really give over a huge gap in the gold is a win here.
Yeah, I've definitely seen games where Scion is just able to be completely unkillable against champions like Annie. The good news is that WE has 3 good champs for melting Scion in Mbessa, Trundle, and Yunara, so that's really going to help. But yeah, as Cube here, you're probably not going to get a big gold or XP lead of any kind, but if you just go even at minute 20, you're just really effective. We'll see IG try entering this river.
I think it's a little too late. Monkey and company have this dragon low enough. The pillar ways. He can try flashing over for another steal. He does it again, just like game 1. And now he gets level 6. He drops the Crescent Guard. They do just turn on to Mako and blow up the Nami. But Wei gets to walk out himself. He trades his support for that first dragon. About trying to chase down Jauchi with that Lethal Temple fully stacked up, but he won't be able to find that. Deja vu here, fools. Are we in game 1 again? IG throwing cost to the wind, trading a life for a first Drake take.
Yeah, I was just about to call on the deja vu from Wei here, but I'm starting to have a bit of a theory. We'll have to look back at game 1 as to what happened, but right there, Wei does have the empowered smite. He's got the 1k smite compared to the 600, so it makes all the sense in the world to go for that play. I'm not sure if that was the case in the previous game too, but either way, really well played by Wei to identify that and to capitalize on it. And fortunately for WE, you're able to get some gold.
Oh, good bubble. That veteran sense, right? This brush shouldn't be safe. And now Monkey's trying to lead out with a subjugate trade of his own with level 6 available. Does have the backing of his bottom lane, but about is out of mana. Jacci has very low mana as well. Basically spends all of it to get some decent poke down. Renard coming on over. Mako going to flash for a bubble that does find nobody. Good look, but not going to find the mark, and everybody walks away a little more bruised, but no deaths, just some, cortisol spiking on some reset timers.
Yeah, that's how it is, but Wei completely, he knows exactly what he's doing. He W's in just at the frame where he gets the 1k, levels up to off of the capitalization of this smite lead, and means he's able to walk it out. Unfortunately, Mako oversteps, does get killed there. Kind of misplayed the past couple sequences from Mako here. Dying there was a bit, unwanted. Same goes for the flash bubble, but that's okay. You saw that IG is completely ready to collapse on the drop of a hat to make anything happen for this bot lane. They really want to play around this. Both teams do, so it's convenient for WE that so far so good down there. In terms of the gold, again, killing Mako is really, really nice, but the Drake is well played to Wei. He's definitely keeping this game alive, just like the last one.
So it's Monkey now on to the Grubs next. Be able to try and take down a lot of these. Mid laner is looking for trades. Renard recognizing Karis used his ult. He's probably onto his ult a little bit, so pushes him out of lane, and now Monkey does get pushed off the Grubs after taking 2. Engaged with the Wind Becomes Lightning Wave, looking for the knockups, going to snag it onto Cube, has to flash out himself. Holding the public execution, he's now going to use it. Crescent Guard comes down, but Breathe is expertly separating Cube away from Monkey, and the decimating smash finds the kill onto the Scion. Grubs coming at a cost here for Team WE.
Yeah, they're able to capitalize on the top river play there. They definitely had all the units converging. There was really nowhere out there for Trundle. Only getting 1 grub does kind of sting as well. And I hate to say it, but I mean, I would have probably done the same sort of mistake, but I did look like Cube did not really pass the Ambessa test that I have been kind of laying out for this particular game.
First quiz fail is what I'm hearing.
Yeah, exactly. A bit of a pop quiz there from Breathe and Wei, and
here, Foles
needs to do his homework. Ulti up for Monkey.
Are they going to go after him? Breathe is holding space. He realized this TP is not good, so now he ults the shortest Scion distance I've ever seen to get to the Blast Cone, and now will get himself out thanks to the Gravitum Well there from his Victor. Breathe really playing on the edge of his health bars, getting canceled out, decimating smash. Seemed like Renard and Wei wanted out, and Breathe didn't, so a little bit of miscommunication on that extended play is about transcends here. Forces Jacci to Valkyrie, disrespecting the Yunar ultimate. Chaos all over the Rift right now. Karis, you can't walk through to your mid lane like that. All right, I think we're good, Fools, for at least the time being. Give you a little bit of space.
He gets the escort from his support. Sometimes you just have sequences where supports or junglers just have to hover mid for what feels like eternity. But we'll see how long this Nami sticks around for. I would say overall that definitely has some implications. It looked like quite a big nothing burger at first glance, but I think Breathe having to spend all of his turn just using all of his HP to even get back to the top lane, I'm genuinely quite shocked that he still has a 300 gold lead after that. I think Cube must have, who knows, he must have really not had a good other turns, Like I think that turn might have been good for Cube, but his other turns weren't so good, and so you don't really get to see it materialize in the scoreboard.
Hey, you know what? Cube off of that, whatever Breathe TP, gets a free plate of his own. Gonna get his back canceled though, as Breathe will keep him in lane. I think that's a pretty big win because Cube would have gotten a decently nice reset off of there, but now has to stick around with the Scion and farm his way through. Do think the quiet aspect of this mid lane has benefited Renard again somewhat, despite the fact that Karis gets that early kill. Renard's scaling decently fine. Focus though, Foles is going to go on to the second Drake, especially if IG can set up that win con of a Drake stack. Their Death Brush though doesn't look like it'll work for now.
Yeah, we still have Cube sitting on the components to breathe Sunfire Cape. He wants to keep the map like this. I don't think he's going to ult down for the Drake by any means, so we should have a 3v3 or 4v4 here. I know WE's mid jungle wants to fight this, but it's just that IG is controlling the space so effectively. How can you get in as WE here?
You definitely have to play find the wards first. It's, oh my god. Empowered rocket into a phosphorus bomb. Arha down about half HP. Bubble gonna snipe onto the Yunara as well as bam, Wei goes in here. Crestguard knocks everybody away. He wants Monkey's number, and boys, he got it in more. Wei finds the kill onto the WE jungler, and now they have no way to try and contest this second Drake.
It's just so difficult to access that space as WE's comp there when IG has all the wards, all the setup. They got their CC ready. They're trading ready. You saw how much damage the Corki Nami does. We've been seeing these Chaos Storms come out from Renard on repeat. It feels like these mid laners are just trading cooldown for cooldown, trying to keep the map in their favor, trying to generate as much prio as they can, because as expected, it seems a lot of the story of this game has to do with the bot laners, and Jachi getting the better end of that one.
Still up about 1,000 gold, but Wei did such a good job in that last little sequence of using the Crescent Guard knockaway to get rid of that Yunara that also, you know, Foles, these small things building up. We saw that short trade with About and Jachi early on with the Transcend coming through for that Yunara. I'm not realizing About didn't have the ult that really makes Yunara that true champion in that little fight. So those little things that really can stack up and hurt a team like WE, who again are just so desperate to get on the board with a game win here in Split 2.
Yeah, no wonder, because it seemed like their characters were pretty strong there, but they just weren't able to use them, and that's got to be why the Transcend 1 sub being unavailable. The good news is, About did just proc his Cull on the previous turn and did just spend it into a Zeal as well. So not only is that a 1,200 gold lead, that's a itemized 1,200 gold lead as well. That's already in his inventory. And Corki not even sitting on a pair of sacks on his feet here, so he's a bit slow. He's not quite as rich as About, so this could matter if some combat takes place.
Whenever you draft a Yunara Lulu comp, so much of the importance of your game plan has to be around this champion. Is Renard paying a visit towards bot side here? Thought he might have an extended trade there with About, as we do see the lanes start to swap up here. Quests are completed for everybody but Monkey on the map, so new lane assignments start to come out here across both sides.
And somehow, Cube and Breathe are still playing from like 2 turns ago when Breathe interrupted Cube's recall and Cube never got to finish his Eclipse. So they're still going blow for blow up there. And at this stage of the game, when the top laners complete their quests, that's definitely the most important as far as the macro goes, is those top quests. Because once you have to start worrying about somebody like a Juggernaut TPing in to a fight like this, maybe could be scary.
Oh, Pillar. Good placement there. Wei's a bit trapped. Arha behind. The Crescent Guard, it just buys so much space for Wei. He doesn't take any of this damage. TP's coming in here. Wild Growth used onto Monkey as his Subjugate times out. Both top players TP in. Polyexecution doesn't hit, but you know what does? Karus' huge tip result, but it doesn't have enough juice to make any sort of smoothie out of Jachi. He gets out of dodge. We do lose Wei, but this fight looks really wonky for WE with members on all sides. Karus is all the way up in the IG jungle, but nobody on Invictus Gaming really can threaten now. Cube is going to be able to walk himself out somehow with all those TPs, all the Chaos Fulls. It's a 1-for-1 trade.
Yeah, I mean, as soon as I bring it up, they immediately make use of it because it's just so effective. Once you have this 30% HP shield that you can just come group with your team, it's obviously you want to do that as soon as you can, just both teams making sure to do so at the same time so that there is no mismatch of the numbers or uneven power level here. Honestly, it's hard to know who benefits more from this play, but it looks really good for WE overall. It could have been way better here. Unfortunately, everybody's living up here, by the way. Only one dying is Karus, I believe. But Cube here, unfortunately, had to burn the flash to kill Wei there because they traded autos that would have killed Wei, but Wei procs Sundered Sky on that attack, so the extra HP forces Cube's flash, and Monkey
Monkey is... Yeah, no flash. He is trying to wait for that Subjugate to come back up.
I was looking.
Hey.
I was like, is that up? I couldn't tell. Yeah.
Yeah, not up just yet, but now it is. So maybe feeling a little more brash about going for that Herald. He does push IG off of that Herald take. We're still waiting for WE to secure themselves an objective of their own. Killer going to displace Wei and put him right in line for Tibbers and about. Beautiful timing. Dashes over Transcendent and knocks down Wei. Crescent Guard couldn't be used thanks to the stuns, and now we're back to WE picking off a jungler and earning themselves an objective off of it.
Yep, see, this is the kind of thing that can have really big, favorable implications for the rest of the match. And it's just so... It's such a big deal because there was no need for Wei to have to die there, but you can't even really fault him. It's just what the comp does as WE there. You've got an Annie who's able to have so much pick potential. Even if you have Merc Treads, Sundered Sky, and you're literally a Xin Zhao who could Crescent Guard as soon as possible, you just don't get to. You get completely blown up there. About ulting straight in, killing him real quick with the Kraken Slayer. Now he's got the Fiend Hunter bolts as well. If they go for another look like that, he's just going to completely one-shot them with those critical strikes.
Yeah, those first 3 shots, disgusting. Why Yunara is at such a potent spot in the meta with this new edition item. We saw in that last extended fight towards the bot side, though, well, the main man, Breathe, who is ulting in right now, hold the front line, and this time he's using the front line aggressively. It's the ult onto About. No wild growth, nothing could save him from the decimation of Breathe. And without About, it's a tricky mid lane for WE to try and hold, as Karis also getting pushed back to his tier 1 turret. IG scooping up a whole lot of gold here.
Wow, just one Sion ult is all it takes to completely break the game open. I feel like at some point you gotta give a dragon. I've seen them fight dragons all series. I know this one doesn't feel great. It is a soul point that you would be giving over, but yeah. Eventually, even if it's the LPL, at some point you gotta realize you can't contest everything. So they give the 3rd Drake. Definitely gonna mean that in 5 minutes time, an absolute banger will ensue.
Yeah, especially the time on the clock they get that done, Foles, right? We get that Cloud Soul you're talking about, this big climactic point of the game. It's going to be like 23 and a half minutes, so really early on. W's response, though, is going to be the Herald into the mid lane here, but do they have enough to knock down this turret without the minion wave? No. So they don't even convert a turret into gold, and even once they do knock down this mid-tier 1 finally, Renard gets all this solo time on the top side, picks up a tier 1 turret of his own. It's WE. It just feels like they're a bit slower at all these plays, but finally, it's a big nuke from About and Karis as they get rid of Mako. Support needs a lot of ults, though. You Breathe TPing in with that huge shield. Gravity Field comes down to try and get Subjugated Monkey off of their frontline tank. They'll be able to walk everybody else out here. Still a man advantage for IG, or WE, but IG can't make anything else happen.
Yep, there we go. Definitely a net positive play for WE. Sometimes it's just so hard to tell, like, which team is getting the last laugh from some of these plays. I'm pretty sure WE is happy about that. I mean, they did get that kill. They did get the mid tower. As Mako here, you really want to get that Mikhail's in your inventory ASAP. If anything, these Tibbers usages from Karis have really been keeping WE in this game. Think about it. I would think all 3 of his kill participations were really, really big plays.
So 1,000 gold WE able to hold on to, but the value of these neutral objectives really making this game feel scarily even. And Foles, I want to pick your high elo, high IQ brain on this. How are we feeling about the Cloud Soul, right? It's such a interesting soul that's been debated for so long, but in this game state, how do you feel about that as a win con for IG?
Okay, so there's always been an interesting take I've had about Cloud Soul, which is actually, if you're taking a super, super early soul, like exactly as you said, 23 minutes 30, that is extremely early, Slayer. So the thing with Cloud Soul is it doesn't outright win you the game yet. It usually takes a while because you need some items in your inventory. You need to be a little bit stronger because you're really OP. You get all this movement speed.
Judgy, I mean, did he just get run down from About? Arc of Ruin. That pillar placement from Monkey is pristine. Only way About gets that kill. Judgy punished with Baron up now. Do WE just go all gas, no brakes towards it?
I definitely think you click this Baron, and I definitely think you force IG to click to stop you here. But this is exactly what I mean. You do not want to be on soul point here without the gold lead with comps like this.
All right, the Baron take coming. Unstoppable onslaught forward. Karras gonna flash out. WE pull off the Drake to try and burn through Monkey's health bar, but Wei goes in to cover with the Crescent Guard, and Renard's Chaos Storm picks up the first kill, flashing forward. He gets hit by public execution. Renard goes too far, and Cube punishes it. No more damage left for IG's Cop. They're relying on Wei, but if Mako's hitting bubbles, they can make magic happen. Cube on the front line having to flash away from Breeze. Decimating smash that still lands home. No AD carry, no mid laner, no problem for IG as they force WE off the Baron, and now they've got Arha entrapped to find a fourth final kill on the team fight win.
Yeah, this is really problematic for WE. You bite off way more than you can chew there, and this could really have consequences. Karras has TP, About has a big inventory. Can they possibly contest this or make it on time? I don't even think so. You love to see it from Breathe here. This is just really good heads-up awareness. He gets the top quest shield before ulting in to make sure he has as much disruption as possible. And you can tell with the amount of HP he's living on that it made a huge difference. Unfortunately, About is just far too low to kill everyone here. In theory, Yunara should just be running this fight, be completely untouched, doing 10,000 damage, but he's just a bit too low. If he has like 300 more HP there, I think he just hard wins this, but unfortunately, you can't start that Baron when you chunked out that hard.
Well, it falls on top of that, right? 30 seconds before that play goes down, it's about using Yunar ult to find that kill. You talked about the how low he was, but even in that extended trade, we need him to be the tank shredder. Yunar just isn't that threatening of a champion unless she's transcended. She didn't have access to that ult for that entire sequence on the Baron. Okay,
so we have a slight problem. It turns out Breathe did not use his W last play. His W shield is just that big.
Oh, so, wow, that's even crazier, right? You thought it was the TP shield.
Yeah. So now this guy, on the bright side, it's a 30-second duration. He did use it a bit early here. That shield is going to subside. WE is going to be able to access this, but it's a really hard fight to play out. About is going to have to kill everyone. I don't know how he's ever going to do this.
They need to be able to subjugate Breathe and allow this Yunar to go front to back, but it's a hard job. How do they set up a flank? It has to be Karras, but he gets spotted. Dragon down to about 3K. 50-50 looking imminent. Monkey going to go in after Wei as Cube goes onto the back line. They get Monkey in to secure the smite. What? No Cloud Soul. Can they win the rest of this fight, though? They're still grouped up as 5. Karras on the flank needs to hit a big Timbers here to make things happen, but he completely flops it. Karras gets cut down, and now we got blinking health bars for Team WE. Flashes come out. Arha tries to create some space, and luckily WE have their bot tier 1 to make any flanks a little more awkward, but here comes Jhachi and Wei. Look at all the blinking health bars galore. Jhachi wants to go forward. Wild Growth will not save Arha. Jhachi chops through it. 2 kills are the price for Team WE to shut down a Cloud Soul for the next 5 minutes.
As far as momentum goes and gameplay, I mean, pretty well played to IG, I'm not gonna lie, that's pretty nice, but as WE here, you are thanking your lucky stars for this sequence, by the way, because Monkey completely keeping their hopes of getting their first win in the LPL Split 2 2026 alive, smiting that Drake, and they've even got an offensive look here as well. Renard no flash, he's so dead.
Cube doesn't have ult. So yeah, he's just going to have to use those 8 billion dashes to get towards Renard, who does get the speed up. Here comes the rest of IG. Wei, can he get there in time before Cube drops him? Yes, Renard gets out with a sliver of HP. Nothing can go right for Team WE. Even when they have the correct look, it just doesn't fall in their favor. And a free pick on Renard turns into 2 kills into the pocket of Invictus Gaming.
Yeah, that Victor doesn't even have Lucid Boots or Swiftness Boots. Those 2 would at least make him faster to escape from that. That was nothing but a Victor Q evolve, just running that off, shrugging off the entirety of Cube's look there. It looked so promising, but I guess Victor, his shielding, his movement speed is just far too much, and that's going to be really, really costly. Because you can imagine, had that gone well, you'd be looking at a pretty even gold state right now, but now the gold lead starts to run away here for IG.
Yeah, I mean, they're trying to play the cross map, but it's what, a tier 1 top lane turret for not even just looking like 2 turrets on the bot side. It's 2 tier 2 turrets. Renard and Mako knocked down this tier 2 in the mid lane as well. I mean, the gold influx they got right there without the Baron basically matches the Baron power play. But WE, they're keeping the pedal to the metal here, looking for more.
Yes, Sion definitely going to threaten them here. They're going to have to fully retreat this one because they could just get chased until the edge of the earth here. No objectives coming up, so if you get these recalls off, you got a pretty playable map to have your way with it. You can deploy your characters any way you want. There's definite winnability here for WE, especially off of the back of About. And it's exactly what I was asking for. We just get to see if About is able to clutch and to carry this team.
He's at those 3 items, right? Has the heal cut as well, some value into the Nami. I want to talk about some of these itemizations with you, Foles, and see how you feel about some of these little different iterations as we have some time. I'm really liking the Serpent's Fame look here for Jachi, even if it does take away some of his top-end damage.
Yeah, I was thinking that IG's comp really needs a Serpent's Fang, but I didn't quite match it to the Corki. I was thinking that like it's too bad that they are not the ones with the Ambessa, so you can get a really efficient Serpents. But I would not be surprised if somebody oversteps here.
Oh my god! Oh my god! Where did About go? He transcended and got deleted by what I assume to be a death ray from Renard, and without About, Foles, WE have no team fight left.
Oh no, I'm getting PTSD. I've seen this before. It's when there's a Scion who's this unkillable and the enemy comp has Annie Yunara. I've literally seen this in the NACL, and unfortunately, the Annie is never killing the Scion, and if the Yunara's dead, he's not gonna die at all.
No. I mean, this is... What credit we need to give Breathe for this game. I mean, you called it. This draft is perfect to shut down a Scion. But he has just defied the odds of a Trundle, of an Ambessa, of a Yunara behind that subjugate of the Trundle. This is what I was a little bit worried about, Foles. We talked about in laning phase. Cube is just not a player that we feel can reliably play Ambessa, even in positive matchups. This was a draft, right, Foles, that by all regards, we should have had a pretty fed Ambessa coming into fights.
Yeah, Cube absolutely had some pretty good looks, some pretty good opportunities to win this game or to set it. Like Ambessa, the champion here, definitely had some opportunities. Unfortunately, Cube, the player, just wasn't really able to make them count. And we can really see the price that has on the game with just how OP this Scion is comparatively. Across the board, IG is just so much stronger. And I was going to say, taking Cloud Soul early, such as minute 23, can be bad. Minute 28,
still pretty good.
You're golden.
Yep. And they have all the control of that bottom river, but I'm glad, thanks to our observers toggling it, Karis is committing to a deep operation here with this flank, trying to come around to get onto Renard, but Renard himself is going to spot him, drops the Chaos Storm, everything onto this Annie. They can't get into the fight, so IG have a 4v4 in their hands, but Breathe is getting chunked pretty low, chased down by Monkey and Cube. Breathe has to flash away. Renard trying to chase Karis down. Good flash gets him out of dodge, but this means the Dragon opens up for free over to IG. Monkey wanted to chase the kill, and boy, is he going deep to try and find it. The Cloud Soul doesn't get Renard out, but with the rest of the team holding onto a Cloud Soul, they get to pick off the slim members of WE that are left up. Jachi gets himself a double. Breathe might find himself a third. He cancels the back of Karis. The stun won't save him. The Soul Furnace shield sets up a third kill. And guess what's right on the menu here, Foles, after that Cloud Soul? Baron's up, but a base is being invaded. Supers are hitting the Nexus turret. IG might just end the series here.
You've got a Cloud Soul, you've got a lot of movement speed, a lot of stats, a lot of gold, a lot of everything. You got momentum, you got aura as IG right now, running straight down the enemy team's base. There's just no way these respawns are going to make it on time. About had what was a really great lead and a chance to win this game. He gets caught in the previous play. They can't win the next play. The game itself is just falling and crumbling apart. And at the end of the day, IG today, tonight, perhaps for the rest of the split, is the superior team.
There it is. The IG 2-0 comes through. Team WE fall to 0-8 in games and 0-4 in Group Ascend so far here. That game, you know, once again, it felt decently similar to Game 1, Foles, in the sense that, you know, WE get themselves a marketed gold lead going into, like, the mid-game phase, but IG just seemed like such a unit of a team once we get past 20 minutes.
Yeah, when it comes to like watching competitive league, particularly when it comes to the LPL, I don't know how to explain it, but you can tell what really separates the best teams in the world from those just good teams, those great teams, is like, for example, like T1, Gen G, BLG. When something's going wrong, Okay, I got a pretty good analogy from my coach
right.
a few weeks or months back. He said that eventually you reach a certain point where even when things are going wrong, you're still in control because you know exactly what to do next. Even though you made a mistake and things are going awry, you still have such a good mind and vision of the game that you know what to go for next, what to do next. And as a team, you can tell when they have that kind of hive mind and they're able to create something out of nothing or able to use the leads they have and make the game completely insufferable and just suffocate the enemy team. Like you know how to win from ahead and how to not lose from behind. And unfortunately, as WE, you don't even know how to win from ahead. You know, IG is literally making crazy mistakes that is just unheard of in the previous, for example, game 1. And as WE, you still don't have the wherewithal and the experience to capitalize on that yet. You're in this group ascent. You're not going to get that low-hanging fruit opportunity that IG was giving you against some of those other teams. So at least they got to feel what that's like to have some time in the driver's seat of the game. But I promise you, when this team plays against the likes of BLG, they might not even get to drive the game for a single frame.
I like that analogy. I like it of a complete team. It's easy to win from ahead, but how can you find a way to not lose from behind? I like that. That's definitely what we saw from IG at multiple points in this game. Once we get to those post-game stats rolling, you'll see the gold lead was not all blue for IG. There was points where they went down a bit, but I don't know. I think this team, I really want to give them praise, right, Foles? Because this was a team in the mini offseason that, regardless of what happened in mid lane, they added 3 new players. Then they have, Renard stepping in for rookie, which, is a huge ask for a Group Ascend team to come in with 4 new members and, look this good, look this synergized, most importantly, I think is what we really need to tip our cap to through 3 series so far.
Yeah, to be 3-0 with, when you think about it, 5 players who have not played together before. Because, I guess Wei and Renard technically have some synergy there, but I'm pretty sure that's it. Like, you don't have anything else really there in terms of pre-developed synergy. So, maybe Breathe might have encountered them in some kind of stints of his career or solo queue or something.
Yeah.
But this is not, like, complete and utter synergy. So, to actually be 3-0 in Group Ascend with this roster of players who is just recently put together, this is a really feat to behold.
As we start looking at some of these post-game stats, look, there's that LPL goal graph, right, we were talking about. It's just, WE had this game for almost 20-ish minutes, but IG, they've just been so pristine on the team fighting as well to be able to come out and get this win. I don't know, Foles, I guess I'll start picking your brain. Talk to me about, let's start with player of the game, right? Do you want to give it over to this Giga Scion, or is there another way you're looking at it?
All right, player of the game's tough because, and I can see why what happened in the game when it happened, because the first thing when you think of player of the game, you get drawn straight to the KDA. That's what you think. I'm thinking, like, for example, Mako's KDA looks pretty good, but it can't be him. He was just getting caught by these random tibbers. They were, like, completely selling the game at multiple points, so it can't be him. When it comes to the Giga Scion, it seems like a pretty good choice, so I could very well see that being the choice here, but it doesn't necessarily seem like he did anything too flashy or carrying the game that hard. Could it just be Wei for the fact that he's doing the same thing again? He just flashes in to the pit on the first Drake, steals it again, like he's literally a robot programmed to make sure that WE doesn't get what they want. Like, it's pretty nice, I'm not gonna lie. I don't know. It's I would really say this is a team effort. They did really well this game. Even Renard, when they did make some looks on him in this game, he was able to survive those and evade those. And yeah, this is a solid team. I honestly think that they could definitely take games off of JDG or some of the higher end teams in the league. I don't want to say BLG just yet. That's a lot.
Like AL
you can cook.
AL's at a huge struggling point so far through this year. They're in chaos. JDG's a high bar. Top esports, I think, would be a very fun matchup. I'm glad you brought up comparing who IG could maybe beat, because it's important to remember. I want to pump the brakes a little bit on this IG hype. They have now, by this point, they do have that top esports series win that is big, but their other 2 series wins are against the 2 newly promoted Group Ascent teams, which is NIP and now WE. So I still, want to rein us in a bit here, right, Foles? If they can take down one of those top 3 we're thinking about, maybe a Weibo 2, then we can start getting super hyped for IG. We haven't had them tested by the best the Group Ascent has to offer, in my opinion.
Yeah, exactly. So that's going to be the next question when it comes to watching IG here, is that they're able to clear out the lower kind of half of this Group Ascent here. How are they going to stack up against that upper half? Because that upper half is an extreme challenge for anybody trying to, get a good record in the LPL. I mean, if you're in Group Ascent, it is really hard, as WE is demonstrating, to get even one win on the board, sitting at 0-8 in match score right now, or game score, and it's going to be extremely tricky. I'm going to get the chance to cast them in their next game, I do believe. So I'm going to try to see if WE can at least get something on the board here in this Group Ascent, because if anything, I think LNG would have been a great fit to make their way up. Unfortunately, there isn't a direct path from the very bottom of the LPL to the very top, but the LNG speedrun is taking place, and WE, I don't want to sing their demise or anything like that, but unfortunately, based on what I saw tonight, and I'm not going to lie, a lot of it might have to do with this Pantheon 20-second Krugbush thing. This team,
it's where the downfall started tonight.
They do not necessarily belong in this Group Ascent just yet. That's my take, yo. I don't know if this is going to be probably not a very hot take, but I want to see them change my mind challenge.
All right, well, we'll have to see for Team WE. LNG was an interesting one to bring up. The only way they can get back up here is for Split 3, right? So WE are going to be locked into Group Ascend. They aren't the only team without a series win so far. Yeah, right. They aren't the only team without a series win so far in Group Ascend. That is still Weibo is with them there, but they have now double the series played, I believe, as Weibo as we currently sit. So not gonna remain. They're gonna get to being alone at the bottom pretty shortly here. Waiting on that last MVP, or I've been a bit. Thank you, Icefire producer, reminding me. I've been out of the game a little bit too long, so we won't get to see the player of the game. But Foles, the last question I'll ask you before we get off of here from this first series MVP. Do you feel more comfortable giving that to Wei across both games, maybe instead of just a player of the game here in the second one?
Yeah, I definitely think it's Wei, and so that's why they probably made the right choice, keeping him as the focal point of the roster, the one player to persist from Split 1 to Split 2. And he's been a top hitter in the LPL for quite a while now. Just not really necessarily getting across the finish line all the time. But I've been seeing this guy around for, it feels like, 7 years. Whether it's RNG or BLG or one of these Apex teams, he's at the top, man. This Wei guy, he is that chess piece to work around. And I lost my train of thought on that one, man. But yeah, it's gonna be Renard for an interview, so we've been told. So he's the other one. Would it be Wei or would it be Renard?
Okay.
Renard was cooking on the Casio, and he was clutching as the Victor too. I think I can't even really choose, man. This was just a mid-jungle masterclass.
That's a good sign. If Foles can't give a series MVP, he wants to give it to 2 different people, that means the team is playing well, and Renard will be a fun story to watch. But our eyes must avert away from IG versus WE. That will wrap up our first series of the day, and myself and Foles' first ever cast together. IG make it a clean 2-0. We're going to go to a break now, but on the other side, a much better matchup in Group Ascend, I hate to say here. Top Esports versus JDG for the first time all year, taking place after an extended break. sir.
And welcome everybody. You know what? I just realized, Ice, I'm not even in our parsec. I can't even see what's on the screen right now.
Wait, you guys.
Just get me in there.
I stuck it
We
around.
are currently experiencing some very fun stuff here on the show because, one, this almost became a solo cast up until 5 minutes ago, so that would have been making it an even more enjoyable experience. But I am here with Fools. Fools is pulling double duty tonight like the GOAT he is. Brother, are you even ready to see Top Esports JDG? Are you mentally, physically, and emotionally?
I mean, I honestly don't really know what I've just signed up for, but I think, okay, I saw a pretty messed up series just then with those two games, and I think whatever I just bore witness to doesn't even hold a candle to what we're about to see with this Junja Hankyu Classic. Whenever these guys hit the Rift, man, you know some nonsense is going to take place. Usually of the kind that works out in their favor, I will say. So I would love to see them cook up some shenanigans for us tonight. Or it's morning now because it's a bit win worlds any time of day.
It's the new starting time. 2 a.m. PST is crazy. It is knocking people out on the schedule. So rough times with some of the new stuff. Obviously Monday and Tuesday is gone, but we can head right into the rosters. Top Esports on a little bit of a run. They started with that loss to IG, but recently then taking wins against WE, who we just saw kind of stumble their way through that last series, and then AL, who are on a really big slide. The sky's really the limit here for Top Esports. I think fans were a little bit more down on them with Swayon coming in and having to fill for 369, but I think TN has really not missed a beat here so far in the season.
Yeah, actually, now that I remember what I've got myself into, I've seen the rhetoric on Twitter about Tian, does he really belong, to stick around in the LPL? But from some of the clips I saw, he's just completely cooking, and he's still got it. And honestly, when I thought about this matchup on paper, it hadn't loaded in my head that we're playing with Jackie Love, not Jachi Love. So we've actually got ourselves a really banger roster here, and probably no win trading of any kind as well. So it's going to be pretty.
Fools, no! We're leaving that in the past. That didn't.
My bad.
It's okay. It's okay. But Top Esports, man, yeah, it has been kind of the encore of TN. He has been the lifeblood of this team in the early game. I looked at his stats. To everybody else in the LPL, he is currently the highest goal difference at 15 of any player. Not just jungle, not just of some of those other lanes. He has almost a 700 gold lead at 15, which is crazy. And when you're talking about jungle right now, where we're at like this different kind of phase. We don't know if we're trying to full clear, if we're just being super aggressive with like Pantheon and Nocturne.
Yeah, 700 gold lead at 50 minutes is crazy work. I don't know what this guy's been cooking up, but that must be some invading, some deep dark magic. Because what the heck is that stat? This is group of 7.
I think, yeah, he's really crazy. And when we look at some of the clips that we're gonna have rolling here for Top Esports, the big thing that I noticed in a lot of the recent series is how much they play around grubs. Even when they have Swayon on some of these lower economy champions like the Scion, we're seeing them make consistent plays. Tian is super insistent on getting the grubs. I think every play that kind of sets themselves up, once we get to this objective, I think this is super dynamite for Tian. He just opens up massive goal leads because he looks for plays around the surrounding solo lanes.
Okay, that's definitely something I'm going to keep an eye on. I can't help but just completely spotlight on Tian for me, because I know that Jackie Love is still definitely of the caliber to be in the LPL, but just all that rhetoric of Tian, it just means that I can't help but just fixate on him in this series. So I'm definitely going to keep an eye out for what he gets himself up to. And honestly, the roster looks pretty stacked. This new ituration, I was thinking Top Esports in the previous split, they looked kind of chopped, I'm not going to lie. Like, there was more of a developmental phase, give Feng Yue, a bit of an introduction to before the real show begins.
Yeah, we didn't know what support was going to come on through for Top Esports, but I am actually really glad that they decided to stick with Feng Yue, because he's kind of just sat in the background for a long time. It's tough. You're coming up into LDL challengers, you're playing in all these games, and it's like, oh, who's the guy above me? Oh, it's Crisp. Okay, well maybe next year. It's like, oh, it's Mako. All right, that's not happening. And then it ended up being Hong, and we kind of had that swap for a while. So it was really tough to see him kind of make that move forward. But this year, thankfully, Top Esports were able to turn out some talent from them. And even seeing Swayon step in for 369 has been a pleasant surprise. But their opponents just had, I think, one of the most one-sided games of the split already. And we've seen BLG play 2 series. JDG here tonight, coming off of a 2-0 stomp over anyone's legend.
Yeah, I remember seeing that. That was just absolutely unprecedented because it's literally AL. Like, as far as I'm concerned, AL and BLG are the teams to beat in this league, but JDG is completely entering that GOAT question of the LPL, apparently. Like, apparently Junja, Honkyu, whatever it is that they're having for breakfast or something, man, they're really just bringing a whole new wavelength of energy to this league, just showing them exactly what mid jungle can do. I feel like, honestly, when I watch these 2 players, just something about them, like, they're just getting there. Like, they're just doing something and it's just working. Like, I don't know how they do it so well, man.
Last night, it was a lot of invading. It was a lot of Jinjo hopping over Baron pit walls and trying to contest on early Raptors, with Honkyu playing Silas and Rise and just having early move versus his opponents. It didn't seem like AL had a lot of great answers or ways to kind of mitigate that loss. And then Xiaoshu, man unleashed. That guy was clapping up Flandre something crazy. So yeah, I just am looking forward to whether or not that same JDG is going to come in with that same amount of prep that we saw for them, and what is going to be different here. Because if we have 2 greedy junglers that are going to look to jump over the river line and go for invades, maybe we get some vertical jungling. Maybe we see a lot of early skirmishes, and that changes what the jungle dynamic might end up being. But moving on to a segment that is going to be very fun here, fools. So again, originally it was supposed to be me and Mazel. Mazel, unfortunately, couldn't make it because he's sick. So now it's going to be both of us who don't have the answers to this. But we're going to do some trivia time. So between you, I guess it's going to be you versus me. Which team has won the most domestic titles?
All right, so I'm gonna answer first each time if you don't mind, because you might have a little more XP. So if anything, okay, all right, I'm gonna go with TES. Final answer. Okay,
yeah, TES would have won 2022 spring or summer. Oh, my timeline is so bad with this. I'm gonna probably say it is Top Esports. I'm gonna go with Top Esports as well.
We need a number. I'm gonna go with 4.
4. I'm gonna go with. It has to be 4 or 5 because JDG would have won at least 3 times because they're the first seed with Kanavi or with Yagao, and oh my god, it's 2. Oh, I'm getting because they won obviously all of 2023. They would have won with the Hope lineup with Yagao and the squad, and then they went to World semifinals and they got beat by T1.
Oh my god.
Yeah. All right. Next set of trivia. This is bad. This is bad.
I forgot about Yagao existing. Okay. All right. What is this?
What year were these orgs founded? Okay, I remember this one. I know the answer to this one. So.
I mean, I might not even know the century. All right, let me see.
The century.
Let's go. All right, I'm gonna pick. As for decade, we're gonna go with the 2010s. I'm gonna go with 2013 for one of them. Haven't chosen which. Let's go with JDG, and then 2017 for Top Esports. Final answer.
Okay. You were right on one of them. Both orgs are at least joined the LPL in 2017. If this answer is orgs founded outside of League Esports, then we're kind of doomed. But
I'm too good, man. I knew that. Like you didn't know that? Yeah.
Hey, I knew the answer to this one. You said JDG 2013. Them brothers were not here.
Hey, not bad. Hey, half point.
Okay. All right, last question here before we stop embarrassing me here. What player from these teams has the highest KDA? If it's only this split, which we didn't get clarification because this is actually Mazel's segment. Only this split, then it's Tien. I think it's Tien.
Tien? Ooh, that's kind of an OP answer. I mean, I was just going to say Honkyu or Junja. I'm going to go with Honkyu.
Okay. Let's see. Or lower third of Doom.
We should add an answer for each team, I guess. So for JDG,
which players from these teams? Oh, okay.
Yeah. I'll also go Tien. That sounds like a cheese answer. I like that.
Tien, and then I'm probably gonna say Xiaoshu because he's had Like,
Ooh.
oh wait, no, he had that really bad series versus Bin. Ooh.
It's gotta be
Maybe it
Honky
is
or
Honky.
Junja.
Maybe it is. Oh, it could be Gala. Actually,
Could
Gala.
be.
It's
It
Gala.
could
It's
be.
Gala Tien.
It's
Gala
probably
Tien.
Gala. It's probably Gala. I'm going Honky though. First answer. But it's
Okay.
probably Gala.
Yes.
Ooh, well played. Well
Okay.
played. Golly. Okay.
Oh, I was so
I
scared.
W all.
Yeah. Yeah, I was gonna say Gala's played a lot of games already this year, and Tien, it's his first split coming back.
Yeah. We just heard
so-
it's 66 games is Gala's KDA, 6 games is TN. So it's a bit of a chop
So
stat, but
you're-
hey, we'll take it. We'll take it.
So you're saying that
They're
if he
equal
plays
skill
one
level.
more game, Gala is going to. Oh no, we're gonna have this dumb number again. Oh, I'm getting a headache.
Ooh, it's W.
Nope. Yeah. Don't even. I've already went on a rant about this number, man. I keep seeing it everywhere. It's just popping up everywhere in my life.
Dude, I
Like I'm
didn't
doing
mean to do
research.
this.
I'm doing research for the series. It just comes up randomly. I know Yanni was pulling up a stat for like a head-to-head, and it was like 56 points. And I was like, it's now infecting my life, man.
Yeah.
I can't get away from it. No, it wouldn't be.
Dude, they got you, man. You can't escape it, bro. There's no counterplay. Listen, I didn't even try to have this timeline take place. Like, I brought this up previously in the previous series. I couldn't even help it. It's involuntary. So whoever
Yeah, I saw that. That was an
programmed this
Omega
brain
force
rot-
on that, by the way.
Yeah.
That was a
Whoever-
force. And
Yeah, because it wasn't even intended. So whoever programmed this brain rot needs to undo the seeds that have been sown here. But it's chill, man. We're just gonna worry about some League of Legends, and everything's gonna be okay.
There we go. Do you have our walkouts? Top esports, huge fan favorites. Anytime
Look who it
Jackie
is.
Love is playing, that's when a lot of interest in the league always kind of start to shoot up. And I was worried because that first game versus IG, we get Jackie Love's return to the LPL in 2026, and he goes like 0-11 between 2 games. We're like, oh, is this the more of the top esports we're gonna see? But they've definitely bounced back. I've been really excited about whether or not Swayon as a rookie is going to continue, not only just for the length of time, how long are we going to see this guy play, but how long is he going to continue to have really, really strong games? Were the WE and AL series merely just mirages, or more of a truth-telling of what's to come?
It's hard to know, but one thing I can say for sure is I really do like these new walkouts. This is honestly awesome to see, getting each of the players their moment to shine. I still haven't decided who I'm going for in this particular match. It's pretty evenly stacked up, IMO.
Did you get to play during Champs Q versus Tien when they were here in North America?
No, but I've definitely seen some devious screenshots of some of my friends playing in that. And I actually did get spam pinged by Tian in KR server. So actually, enemy team had a Samira, okay? He was playing Vi, I was playing Azir. I had Tian on my team. The enemy team has this really fed Samira. We're about to end the game. He pings on the way to Vi ult the Samira, and he does so. And I try to follow up with the Azir, but I'm just barely too late. And then Samira literally pentakills us in their base and goes to end the game. And Tian spam pinged me. True story. So I don't know if that counts for much, but
That works.
yeah.
That worked. I mean, you
Yeah.
played with Tien. I don't think very many people in the server can say they did that. So I think that's
I
awesome.
let him down though, so I feel bad. Like, if anything, I should probably root for him tonight. He deserves to succeed. Some
You
gyros
lost
his
him
way,
LP,
you know?
so you're like, you'll take an
Yeah.
LPL win as a trade.
Yeah,
I think that's a great
LPL
trade.
over LP, man. That's there's an extra letter in there, so that's like a
True.
better deal. You know?
Very true, very true. We have got a packed out arena here for JDG's home crowd. Really crazy to see. I mean, look, JDG, one of the most popular teams, and with them already making international again here in 2026, there are really lofty expectations. Just the name value of some of the guys on this squad, and Tabe at the helm. Everyone's going to have your eyes on you after his track record, especially as the coach.
Yeah, I mean, JDG is just completely broken right now, and I don't even know how Junjun Hongkyu just became the best mid jungle in the world, ? But I mean, they're just like something else. I think it's just the fact that like they've got some kind of twin energy. Like, I don't know how to explain, like on the Rift. Like, I don't know how to explain it, but like, you know that like twin telepathy thing where you know what the other one's thinking, and you just kind of like always on the same page no matter what. For some reason, they've just kind of got that innate passive built into them as a duo, it feels like. And they lose together, they win together. And because they're doing it together, they seem to be winning more than losing. It's pretty well played.
It has been something that we've been asking a lot of, because Split 1, it didn't really feel like we got a lot of signature Hongq with Jinja being able to pull that off. More so happening this split. We'll see if that's going to be a reoccurring theme and gameplay route for success for them. JDG did have side select going into this game, where they had right of first selection, and they themselves chose blue side. So very similar to our first series, giving up first pick to try to see if they can play from one side of the map on purpose. Wonder what Tabe is kind of cooking with this idea. And bans still look very similar. We're getting a Pantheon, the Ashe taken away, the Orianna as well. So some pretty big staples already out.
I mean, it's actually really interesting to see the blue side right of choice twice in a row, almost as if to signify that it's some kind of a meta, because I'm pretty perplexed by it. It seems like pick order is usually more important, and then if map side is your preference, red side is the one that hypothetically has more Drake control, you know? Well, I mean, I suppose as blue side, you can play for
It's
Banana
hard to
Bush.
get into Dragon from blue
It's very
side, right?
ambiguous. It's very ambiguous, but...
Yeah, and if we're talking about them playing to top side and playing for those grubs, blue side is perfect
You did
for that,
say
right?
grubs.
So,
You did say grubs.
yeah,
so that's
so-
what I'm thinking here. It's a top side angle.
yeah. What jungler is he going to pick? There's no Pantheon. We could go for Nocturne, but could be a bit weak towards Jarvan. I'm thinking Xin Zhao is more than likely going to be the case for Jinja, unless he wants to go for things like the Skarner, which we've seen before.
Yeah, I see no reason not to go Xin Zhao. He's just such a strong character right now. And honestly, the Jarvan first pick is pretty bold. I'm not going to lie. I mean, there's very few meta champions who have counterplayed Jarvan, though. Like, to be honest, as far as the 80 carry pool goes, I'm pretty sure, like, low-key, the only one is Yunara. Like, I don't think there's really any
Ezreal,
other meta
kind
80
of.
carries. Ezreal, there's one. Okay, fair enough. But most champion, and then as for the mid lane, there's like none. Like, it's actually like a Kali or Ari, but those aren't even like blind picks, you know. So Jarvan, I like it. The enemy team goes, you go face up Jarvan, and they go Rise Varus.
We are getting a Cassiopeia, which Cream has only played once this split, or once this season already. Was kind of surprised to see him on this champion last time. I don't think I was super impressed, and generally I've been kind of unfazed by watching Cassiopeias. I know Renard tonight just had a really great performance, but into the Rise, I just feel like I would prefer to have Rise where I can play on side lanes. I can have my jungler roam with me on these outer lanes, especially if we have a ranged support like a Bard. I'm gonna love that, and they've even gotten themselves now a Jace to play around this for top esports.
Yeah, the meta is just so unique when it comes to this whole Rise dynamic, because everyone cares so much about these globals, this threat of kind of Rise, Galio, Nocturne, Pantheon kind of deal in the mid lane and jungle, and so you just want Rise as often as you can. As far as counters go, again, it's always the Cassio and the Anivia typically, but as you say, I think Cassio, as much as she did perform in the first series, it's a pretty unstable champion. Like, for example, in the mid game here, you could even just get poked out by Varus, outranged all game, and then you could even just get dove on top of by a lot of champions yet to be drafted. You definitely want to ban champions that can easily get on top of you, such as the Bard. So I like that a lot. I think low-key Nocturne is like kind of able to get there,
Yeah.
but I'm not sure if you want to ban that.
I mean, already look at what JDG's solo lanes are, right? Rise, Yorick, we're gonna play to one side lane at some point. There's gonna be a Realm Warp once Rise gets his ultimate, and then we're gonna try to go for a tower dive. I really would like a tank jungle here. I know we were talking a lot about Xin Zhao, still up and available. Skarner allows for Jinja to kind of still be aggressive, but if they want to go for more dive alongside this Nico, I think Nefiri does have some legs to stand on here in this game number one. We'll see what JDG try to go for. It seems like right now Top Esports are going to try to build out a composition that's going to abuse Jace's 2-item power spike when we're getting into those 5-on-5 standoffs, and then Jarvan basically snaps whoever walks up too early.
I think the crowd really wants the Jhin from
No.
Jackie Love. I don't think they're going to get it, though. But
Good.
yeah,
That's good.
Probably for the
We
best.
don't want to see that.
We're going to get a pairing here, most definitely. The Yunara Lulu It's a pretty good pick. You know, Nico going to the other side, though, means they're going to have an insanely strong lane either way with the Varus Nico. So I feel like they're going to get bot prio as JDG here. It's really hard to play against Varus Nico as any champions in the game. And honestly, Yunara Lulu doesn't have the most range and level 1, early laning phase compared to this. So we'll see if that can give Junja the opportunity to have some prio to do Junja things.
We waited all the way to R5 to get Xin Zhao. That's crazy to me. Wow. This champion is very disgusting. And right now, Fools, what I think we can look at for top esports is that I don't want to see them like stumble. I don't want to see them hesitate, because the moment that they are not moving forward or they're not aggressing, there's a Nico who's poking you out, there's a Varus who's poking you out, and I don't think you really want to get in that trade war as a Yunara and a Cassiopeia.
Yeah, I totally agree that this is the kind of comp as top esports where you kind of have to keep your foot on the gas for the most of the game, if not all of it. I think if you really do mess up a pivotal turn, it could completely cook the rest of your game here, where you're just going to have an unkillable Xin Zhao and this unreachable backline with this Varus and with this space they're able to generate with the Nico, with the Xin Zhao. It's going to be a really hard comp to get through. So I actually really like JDG's comp more in this particular draft. You know, it's interesting because in the previous series, there was a Yorick Rise, and I didn't really like what they were going for as much because the enemy team had a really stock standard Ashe Seraphine teamfight comp. This is not Ashe Seraphine teamfight comp. It takes a little more finesse to execute.
We'll see if they're able to do it. I mean, this is another matchup, I think, for Sueon, where he's playing the Jace into a bit of a bigger bruiser that's going to be able to hopefully tank him. If he stumbles at all on this Jace, Yorick becomes unkillable, Jace becomes unkillable on side. It's a big test here for Top Esports as they're going to look for their 3rd series win over JDG. Well, let's get right into game number 1 between these two teams.
That crowd is roaring all, especially compared. I thought Series 1 was loud, but this is even more exciting energy. We're going to watch this bot lane here. Really tough for our boy Jackie Love, making his reintroduction. Tough lane right here.
Yeah, Nico has really fallen off in terms of priority with just the round of nerfs that she continues to receive thanks to pro play. She's definitely fallen in priority when we're talking about drafts. So to see them go for this immediately here in game number 1 is interesting, right? It's not one of the enchanters we've been seeing across the world really globally take over. Also, junglers starting on opposite sides of the map with early vision already here from JDG to try to spot out TN.
Yeah, really useful ward to get the Raptor, which is pretty interesting that Rise Xin Zhao were just able to walk up level 1 and get this Raptor ward. As Cassio, I feel like you can kind of defend that a little bit, but that's definitely going to mean that the vision advantage and the awareness of the map is going to be in JDG's favor. I mean, they're not going to necessarily know that Junja's clearing bot to top, so that could mean that they could surprise Xian at this level 4 Xin Zhao.
Are they going to go for a bot dive? Because Vampire is already half HP. Looks like they're going to feign a recall, probably just be in range for the experience that's coming in through the wave underneath the turret. And is there a potential dive, or even a gank, I should say, from Junja on the opposite side? Because if you're Jace, I look at this wave and I'm like, oh, I'm not getting a crowd, or I'm not going to get a wave pushed back out on me. I might get frozen on here by Xiaoshu.
Yeah, it seems to me that the main volatility here is this top lane. It seems like that recall from Vampire just completely stabilizes the lane. It definitely solidifies Top Esports as having the superior start to the lane, but it's going to reduce the volatility. So as Tian here, you're in the bot side, you want to cross over. You may as well mess with Honkyu when you get the chance. You're going to have quite a big timer here. So.
Mid laner is like, hey, can we get some ganks on mid on level 3, on level 4 Rise? It's like, nope, there's Scuttle. Sorry, brother. It's like, yeah, all right, fair play. I'm not going to be able to have fun there.
He might almost change his mind about that, but yeah, they're both going to have that school of thought here. Just take the recall, play for your next camps. You saw Junja there, actually cancels the recall to get a delayed ward on the Raptor pit. Pretty based.
Oh, he's
Another
staying 'cause
cancel
he wants
there.
Cream. If Cream walks a little bit to the left,
Yeah,
I think that they're
looking
going to
to
go for it. Yeah. If not, you're just forcing out the Ghost. It's immediately one summoner spell used by Honkyu. Now
Wow.
both, as the flash trade between the two mid laners. Very good trade for JDG. And they're going to see if they can get anything onto Xiaoshu here. No Dark Procession. Flash with a hammer swing. Golf swing to throw Xiaoshu into the minion wave. They got his flash. I don't think it's enough. The grasp healing. One more auto attack from Swayon. It was a grasp proc that kept Xiaoshu alive, but that first blood's going over to Jace immediately.
Wow, both teams going for a look at a relatively simultaneous time, but Cream able to space Honkyu there, whereas Xiaoshu not so much. Gets really well played on the E flash there from... You want to pronounce Jason's name for me and give us a bit of a quick insight?
So you and I are going to do this. We're going to do Swayon.
Swayon. Yeah, of course, Swayon was a really beautiful E flash there, man, I must say. W Swayon.
And for folks who don't know who Swayon is, came in from their LDL team over in the development league for Top Esports Challengers. Has been there for a little bit of time. Mostly made his name on some tanks over on that team, but coming in, having to fill in for 369, who is currently out on kind of a personal sabbatical. He wasn't feeling he was in form and is kind of helping Swayon play in the LPL, at least from a positional coach position. So it'll be interesting. Again, I'm wondering how long this experiment is going to last, because it's early on into the split, but if we get over the halfway point, I wonder if Top Esports just kind of say, like, we're just going to stick with Swayon. I don't think that'll be likely, just because of 369's pedigree and his resume is just that much better than Swayon's. But if we have good performances from this rookie top laner, I think there's a very real conversation to have him continue to start, at least for the remainder of this split.
Yeah, and I might be misremembering because I've literally played against so many random like LCKCL and LDL players, but I'm pretty sure I did see Swayon in the KR ladder and that he was actually pretty good. So I would not be surprised if he is able to be a placeholder in the LPL and, you know, actually keep that promotion, because I mean, honestly, just the way he's moving, it's looking nice. I don't know how to explain it. Just the all caps, the E flash, the 650 gold lead. He's got some aura on this scoreboard right now. So I don't know. I'm a believer.
He got a top lane gank. That's usually more than, most top laners get. Right now, it was an early dragon being started by JDG. Looks like that'll be their prize for the amount of priority that TN has shown towards this top side. We don't have grubs for another minute and a half, but that is, again, a big point of contention for Top Esports when we've seen them in previous series. I think JDG are kind of happy overall. Yes, they probably would like if their top laner didn't get solo killed, but aside from that, they try to make a play onto Cream, which I don't think we're going to see a follow-through. But we have generally, I think, successful lanes, and that's going to feel really, really good when we're talking about having a rise.
Immediate flash from Fengyue in response to the Chains of Corruption. That's going to be a trade of flashes overall.
Oh, and, you know, no flash on Vampire is probably not the best, but he's not going to have ult for at least another minute or so. See if we get any punish here from Top Esports. Again, TN is on the top side of the map, 50 seconds before these grubs spawn. You do not want to give grubs over to a team that has Yorick and Rise. That sounds like extreme misery to play against, but unless we see him kind of swap up his pathing, TN's going to end up on the bottom side of the map.
You absolutely do not want to let Xiaoshu have these grubs, or you may just not get to play the game at all. Like, he may just literally drag you around the map for as long as it takes until he just one-shots all of your structures. So this grubs is definitely a heated objective.
There's a big wave stacking here. It's probably not going to be on this timer, but maybe closer to the next one coming in. Rise, knowing that Cassiopeia is looking for a recall, they could send multiple members up into this lane. You already see Vampires clearing vision out on top side. Xin Zhao is now coming as well. This could be a 1v3. Lulu is beelining over to this to try to make this play happen. And Swayon's going to have to do something, but he just has a flash and barely 30% HP.
Looks like Fengyue gonna arrive on time. I thought Swayon was absolutely toast there.
Oh.
He's
Oh,
chilling,
man. Yeah, if Fungyue didn't show, or if Fungyue didn't show, Honkyu is already on his way. He's sitting in Tri-Brush as well. Tian's gonna walk over. It's a single rune prison that'll keep him away. Looks like one grub will be going over. He'll get the full heal into the second one. He'll smite that one as well. And Jinja just gonna give over the scraps to Tian, or maybe we'll look for a fight. He actually isn't able to continue to contest. Xiao Shu locks up Tian. This is a really tricky fight for JDG to take. Top esports, they're not going to get much more out of this.
So I'll tell you what I'm observing all here is there seems to be just more discipline with these teams than the set we just watched. Like I
wonder why.
Pretty sure that had we been watching IGWE, some random deaths and scrapping would have taken place there over just a grub that's a consolation prize. So I'm glad to at least see some restraint being shown here, that these teams know, you know, it's good to know when not to go in, you know. People are really good at knowing when to go in. Sometimes it's good to know when not to go in.
Right now, it'll be a small window, I think, where Top Esports can continue their lead. They have almost 1,400 gold, but almost all of it is in Sueyon's pocket. Jackie Love, who traded his cleanse to get Gala's ultimate here. He's going to try to go Transcendent and trade with the enemy 80 carry. He's going to take a single Yanmei leap, keep him at least a little bit more safe, but I think you are under a bit of duress as Jackie Love. You're going to look for a recall versus this poke Varus, who, by the way, has teleport yet again.
Yeah, I mean, Varus getting through the draft here. Ooh.
Oh,
that's a death.
That's just a really nice one play. Oh, flash from Honkyu to save him 90 HP. Not even a potion ticking, just is able to barely squeak out from what is a very low damage Cassiopeia this early on. It's Catalyst, right? Catalyst and tier.
Yeah, that's almost just as bad as a death, but it's not. Luckily, he's able to survive at the cost of both of his sums. The more important part here is if he's able to gather some kind of golden XP, because if he was forced to take a recall, like you see how he's overstaying here with like literally no health. That's really nice because he does collect that golden XP. Had he not done so, the play would matter a heck of a lot more. So Honkyu surviving there definitely helps him keep this game state in decent standing, but you know, no Lucid Boots, no Cosmic Insight. That's just 5 whole minutes for when it comes to Ghost of way less utility on the map.
Look at Crane here. He's finished Rod of Ages at 11 minutes. Another flash forced by Gala. Fungyue will not have that available to him for this dragon that is currently spawning. You saw that there was some contest around the bot side Tri-Brush in favor of Top Esports, but JDG are just holding strong. They're very much in touching distance. I think you win this fight around dragon, and suddenly the game is going to look a lot more fair if you are Jindon Gaming, but I'm looking at Cassiopeia already having completed that Rod of Ages. That is, I think, a really big spike where in comparison Honkyu doesn't have very much.
Yeah, and Honkyu looking a bit shaky. I think even the way he's clearing some of those minions looking a bit sus. I don't think you're contesting this, or that you're flashing in as an IG Way cosplay here, so I think this should just be a disengage. No shenanigans.
I'm actually quite surprised we didn't see anything from JDG. You have a flash on Vampire that's already up. Gala's been, honestly, slinging arrows across the map and dealing a hell of a lot of damage. There could have been an angle. They decide not to. That's going to keep the game state relatively even here. This Top Esports were able to secure, it was Top Esports were able to grab that for themselves. And Ocean Drake's not bad. Honkyu, Realm Warp Dive. All right. Second time's a try onto Sueyon. No minions or no mana. And does he end up surviving here? Flash again to get away from the overload. That's not going to matter. Wave's going to be taken here by JDG.
Yeah, unfortunately, Sueyon just can't possibly survive that. Honkyu committing all of his tempo into this play. It means JDG's bot side.
What a vision toggle from the observers. TES are able to sneak their jungler behind the wave. That's Gala going down. A trade on the opposite side, but still 3 grubs or 2 grubs here for Yorick. He's getting paid.
Yeah, and that's that first pick Jarvan coming in clutch. I mean, it's kind of a method. You just leave Varus open and first pick Jarvan. I kind of see the vision here. That right there is exactly why. I mean, Gala, he's been having prio and precedence all game, just able to rain those arrows from afar, but fortunately he's finally put in his place by Tian, and Yeah, Tian looking like he can easily hang in the LPL.
This guy, a lot of love for him, obviously, a lot of hardships in his career, but exciting to see Tien kind of hang out and be back on the lineup. It's not quite like 369 and bringing him over, but damn near close, at least to me. I love seeing Tien, and always brings a lot of flavor and a lot of good plays. So I'm excited what he's going to be able to do joining up with Jackie Love again, and Cream for that matter. But game is relatively even. I mean, 1-1 in Drake's. The two grubs over to JDG is going to feel really nice, especially if they're going to continue to kind of leverage this rise going to sides a lot.
Yeah, I mean, I think we just got to keep an overall track of which team has been winning out on each of the plays, because the plays in this game are a bit more few and far between, because the teams are showing restraint. There's not just random skirmishes in combat all the time, but it's those slight moments that can have huge impact, such as Gala dying down there, burning his flash and everything. That is the real reason that JDG is staring a pretty big TES gold lead in the face right now, because Gala had himself in pretty good shape previously, but now instead of Gala having a gold lead over Jackie Love, it's Tian who has the gold lead over Junja. He almost stole Gala's gold lead away from him. Kind of feels bad, man.
Jungle's OP, we said it earlier. It turns out it's pretty good.
Just being OP, man. Tian completely carrying this game thus far. Mr. Unk question mark. Does he still got it? Survey says yes. That's all I'm gonna say.
See if Herald is going to be something they can move for with Hongq and Cream on the bot side. It looks like this is going to be a 4-on-4 for the ages. Swayon will have to play weak side Jace, or at least on the 1-on-1 versus Yorick. Feels a bit worse, especially if you're going to walk into Fog of War versus Nico. I think the top esports are going to have their work cut out for them if JDG are able to continue controlling this river.
Yeah, Junja's stepping pretty aggressively.
That's crazy.
Okay? Yeah.
I guess he is in now. I guess you're just allowed to do that when you have pressing guard. There's Vampire, we talked about it. There's the flash, there's the not attempt at a proto belt, but a complete turnaround. Top esports, they're able to blow up Vampire. Xiaoshu finally flanks on in, but look at these arrows from Gala. They're just tearing it apart and letting this Yorick run rampant. Hongq even had time to rotate all the way from bottom lane, and now 3 kills going over to JDG. They'll trade a mid lane tier play, but you're going to take that for even just trying to fight over this Herald and getting all of those summoner spells.
Yeah, finally a real fight breaks out.
Oh, yeah.
Not too long for this world.
They're gonna get this kill, by the way. There's the ghouls. That's a Kobe. 3-pointer, fadeaway explosion, and they get the turret. So JDG, they don't get the objective, but these are kind of like the big ramifications of giving up those grubs and then losing this big fight right in front of the objective.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like Junja is just clicking extremely aggressively for no reason, but it turns out the Nico champ is just that OP. You can set up an engage of this beautiful masterpiece, and even sacrificing your life in the process, completely fine. Once this Yorick champ is just unkillable, there's not enough damage left, he takes over the fight, man. It's so...
Okay, Dragon taken by Top Esports in trade for the Herald. I love the way that JDG used vision in that instance, because they had control of the top side of the river and Xiaoshu went into Fog of War. I think there's a very real conversation to be had without knowing the comms from Top Esports, that they actually just thought that was Xiaoshu. And so when Vampire walks forward and Flash ults, they're like, oh crap, it's actually Nico. Okay, well, the fight's kind of doomed from that point on. So good attempt from Top Esports, but not good enough, I think. And like you mentioned, already has the plated steel caps, is getting closer to his second item. Xiaoshu is going to become really, really difficult to deal with, and really the only people that we can look towards for Top Esports to get them back into this game, I think, is going to be in Jackie mode. But a bit of a hard time. Oh, goodbye, anyway. Goodbye. Yep. All right, Herald.
1 chance of corruption, 1 kill. It's that easy, man. Gala being hit mode.
This is level 14, guys. Do we have the HP? Yes. Do we have the damage? Also, yes, almost actually trades 1-for-1.
No.
But, hey, what if the 1-for-1 is actually just 2-0 in your favor? Tien will get out, but Swayon's gonna TP! He gets out with barely 100 HP! Oh my god. He lives, 155. They're gonna take this turret. They're getting paid. Oh, brother. All right.
I'm gonna put on a show for the crowd. The crowd likes it, but it's looking pretty dire as TES here. Feels like you haven't had a lick in so long. Feels like every single sequence has not been going your way. Honestly, the past like 3 fights ever since Vampire found that Nico engage, this game has been pretty hard to recover from. And Xiaoshu's just not dying. Like, you get him low and he just goes boom, plus 343 health, and you wonder where you went wrong.
The Q healing, the Trinity Force, obviously Grasp is also helping, so he's becoming a bit of a menace. Gala continues to pump out damage with all these Blight procs and the arrows. Poke Varus. When are we gonna remove this champion from competitive play? Riot, please. I love Varus to death. I'm done seeing this champion for a little bit. You know, let's get some newbies in. I want to see some new different AD carries.
Yeah, I actually agree. That's a pretty base take. I think Varus, he's a really cool champion, but the thing I don't like about him is this build. Like, it's really OP, that's the problem. It's just so oppressive to play against because he just has so much range and does so much damage, and he even just has this ulti that, as you've seen, all game he's been landing those, getting cryo, getting summoner spells, even getting 4 KP. So, you know, hopefully Riot maybe nerfs Varus' lethality scalings, his AD scalings, and lean more into the Dusk and Dun top lane Varus.
Okay. You lost me there. We were in accordance, and then you're like, yeah, I actually want to see Varus top instead. No, don't do that. That's
But what
just
if it's the Shy, man? What if it's someone like that? You know what I'm saying?
Well,
Like,
until that brother logs onto the server, we don't need to have it, okay? That guy's not even on the team right now. He's not playing. So
we need to bring back Bro, man. I mean, I don't know. All I'm saying is this Varus champ completely overpowered, man. And as top esports, you are in a hole that you need to dig way out of right now.
it is 2,000 gold, and for top esports, I think looking at this next dragon is going to be rather important. If they're able to get to Soul Point, that does give them, I think, some breathing room, especially because it will be double Chemtech Dragon for themselves. Also, if JDG do acquire this, then I think the talk of a Dragon Soul is kind of null and void. Very big ultimate landing on the Jackula, forces out his Transcendence. Does mean that Crescent Guard is issued by Jinja. You can see that the side lane's in a really nice position here for JDG, where they can continue to hold the top wave and let Rise push on bottom lane, and he can even shift over if they want to make a numbers play in mid lane. So now with no cleanse available to JackieLove, that's something that they can recreate to find picks going forward. Hongq has to just press the ghost because he's afraid of a small collapse, but we're 30 seconds away from this dragon. We just got ourselves some pretty good summoner spells.
Yeah, I like the ghost usage from Hongq, and also running back this way, playing pretty aggressively to control the space. That's definitely gonna yield JDG this dragon control here. I would doubt that top esports is able to get in here and do something about it. But look at the way that, again, Gala just carrying the game state. He's first chunking out JackieLove and Fengyo in the mid lane, getting the mid lane tower, and bringing the cleanse, as well as the ulti from Jackie. I mean, look, and the Chains of Corruption is back up. So he's just able to keep doing this, and there's just nothing you can really do as top unless you find some kind of a deep engage. But this Jarvan, I don't think you're getting there with enough damage.
He's got 2 items, and look, Cream's already done with his Rod of Ages. This fight could be really pivotal. I think if he gets 2 kills, maybe he gets level 16, and then we can maybe have a different discussion. Dragon is in here at Soul Point, but Vampire, 3-man ultimate. What else can they find? Look at this. JDG are spread out on multiple sides. Gala's trying to get away from Tien. That ends up failing. TES Cream moves forward, actually gets the flash out from Junja. Can they trade? Look at the opposite side of the map. Tien, Sueon versus Xiaoshu and Hongq. Looks like JDG will win out on more sides of this fight, but the Soul getting that much closer for top esports is going to maybe be their last gasp.
Okay, this is going to make the game actually really interesting because it seemed like TES was pretty cooked, but now with Soul Point, you've got a chance here. I like the Baron start. You've got TP on Gala. Your champions do this pretty well. There is a Blast Cone, and there is a bunch of champions who are not happy about this.
You know, it's just Cream, who again doesn't have Flash. If Sueon steals this with a Shock Blast, then And this guy's just the rookie of the split, I think, immediately here. Top Esports, they have no business contesting this. They're just going to watch the Baron get taken in front of them. And for now, it'll be JDG rocking up to a 4,000 gold lead. Let's see if they can try to utilize this gold now. Take a look back at this fight again.
Yeah, so I didn't quite catch Vampire's engage here. I would expect that he can get more here, almost. Going for the R. Oh, he gets all three. That's a really good engage. Yeah. But again, he just goes in, he CCs them, and he dies. I guess that's literally just his job. And yeah, but Top Esports is lasting in the Drake there. Junja low-key failed his flash, and it ended up working out so hard. Because imagine that you see the direction the Blast Cone took them, where now Junja's able to connect to Honkyu. Like, perhaps Cream, had he not misplayed around that Blast Cone, the Baron wouldn't have died if you really think about it. So
Maybe he could have gone enemy jungle. Maybe they could have turned. A lot of possibilities that'll just have to be left unanswered here as the game goes on. Continuing to make side lane plays. That's what JDG will do here in this game number 1. Have a pretty nice lead for themselves, and that 1,000 goal difference that we saw for Swayon early after that gank, completely gone now. 2,500, and Fuyue from full, taken down to 40% thanks to Gala's Varus. They're going to poke out Jackie Love, and they're playing on 2 lanes with this Baron buff.
Yep, and not only having that gold lead, but actually it's in his inventory right now in a literal Serpent's Fang on Gala here. So
that was really well played there from Top Esports. Kind of basic, yes, but they grab the Honkyu Rise, and that means that that's pressure off of the map. They can finally regain control of mid lane. This also allows Cream to finally sit in bottom lane wave. We'll see if he'll connect with the rest of the team. Crystalline Overgrowth will guarantee the mid-tier 1 for TES.
You know, it's funny because some mistakes can look really bad and matter not a lot. Some mistakes cannot look as bad, but matter quite a lot. And this mistake from Honkyu, it looks kind of random, kind of seamless, you know, kind of whatever. But this is a huge... the consequences of this mistake are huge. Because not only is he giving them 1k gold here, practically, he's also losing his mid lane tower, which is really going to help... Top Esports access this mid wave to catch it high in an attempt to get this Chemtech sold. So Honkyu definitely making quite the blunder there. And if anything, Top Esports still has their mid tier 2, which they should not have been able to defend there on that turn. So it's a pretty big deal.
It's really fragile though, right? And that's yeah, what my worry is. Baron's gonna run out, so this will be the last moment we see these Baron buffs kind of be useful for now. But with 3 grubs, I think if they win this fight as JDG, you take the mid-tier 1 and maybe you go further for an inhibitor. Some of these death timers are going to start to get very long now that we're at about 26.5 minutes. So before we get into this next fight here, fools, how are we feeling? What's the temperature check on this game right now?
Temperature check is that it's pretty dire. The room is on fire as Top Esports. You're looking around, everything's on fire, but you know that you've got some kind of fire extinguishers, okay? You know, everything's burning. You need to clutch this up. You need to go somehow reach across the burning staircase, get to the fire extinguisher, and smite this Chemtech dragon. I think that's your main hope right now, because if you don't play for this Drake and play for an alternate reality, I don't think you have enough time or wherewithal. It's got to be here. It's got to be now.
Teleport there from Swayon gets spotted out. You saw some pings coming in from JDG. They see that Jace is on this side of the map. Who is going to step forward? We talked about having to be there first. I don't think that you want to be as Top Esports walking into all of this poke already, but JDG are going to make it a little bit more difficult for them. Junja goes in. Will he have to flash out of this pit is the big question for me. You're seeing Cream join up with the rest of this team now. Xiaoshu is on this side. He's taking a little bit of damage. Jackie Love goes Transcendent. They try to find Honkyu on this side. Vampire is looking and will get 2 members. TN barely goes low, but a giant from the Lulu will keep him alive. Fuyue may have just saved this entire play. And Top Esports, they're winning this team fight. Swayon is flashing forward to find Gala, but he's not going to get anything. Xiaoshu goes down, and Soul will be secured by Top Esports.
There is just no way that Top Esports clutches this. We do not have surely JDG Gumayushi.
Oh, it's on Vision. Here we go. He's playing the Varus skin.
Surely
1600.
Okay.
TN gets the smite. We get it. We don't even have to worry about it. I know you're wearing your T1 jersey, which, by the way, we need to talk about later. Not during this game, but later. You and me one-on-one. But, man, what an insane fight here.
Man, and the gold lead finally coming even off of the back of this crazy, miraculously, but look at Tian here. He should totally just get one shot and killed in the CC. How little HP does one man need to win the game? He has literally 2-digit HP, survives. Suddenly, he's got 4-digit HP. And not only that, they've got 4 dragons to boost, just because he took scaling HP runes in his runes, man. I mean, maybe he took flat HP and he just still lives, but that amount of HP he lives on there is crazy. You gotta feel so tilted about that if you're JDG.
Look at the damage grab. I mean, Junja did nothing there in that play. He got stuck in the pit and he's like, well, I guess I'm fighting my way out. There's one way and it's through the opponents right there. I didn't even notice that Cream lands that petrifying gaze onto Hongkyu and it flashed forward looking for Jackie Love. Now they have the soul. We said the room was on fire. Seems like things have started to really fan the flames here. It's still even between these two teams, and I think we get to this Baron, and I still don't know who's gonna. I guess it's a soul, but it's not like a Hextech or an Infernal Soul that's going to give you massive combat power.
Oh yeah, no, this is actually really bizarre. I would expect that the team with, if it's an even gold lead, the team with the soul is just certainly favored to win, but in this case, I don't really necessarily know or think so. It's hard to feel like they have that much of a lead here. The champions are just, I don't know, I think it's just this Yorick, man. It just seems so much more valuable than this Jace. And we're going to have to see, that's the main chess piece here for the rest of this game, is where does Xiaoshu go? He's going to be the huge pressure point. And it's going to be about top esports placing their bets as to if they want to spend time into Xiaoshu or away from Xiaoshu. And this could easily work.
We have to play respectful. No one's showing on sides right now. There we go. There's the engage on the Vampire. Swayon is just dead. The 4v5 will now be started. It'll be JDG answering from the top side of this river. Top esports with no dreams, hopes, or even imaginatory figures for them to even contest for this Baron now. Cream will walk forward. He'll start to hit away. Can Tian even do anything? He's on the opposite side. Maybe look for Hongkyu. There's an engage. Oh my god, Funyue just gets swatted away. Junja and the rest of JDG will rip him apart. Reposition with a Realm Lord. Jackie Love is trying to survive. Can he finally take down Junja? Have they found this? Somehow Top Esports, from the grasp of defeat, have found a victory against JDG. The damage dealers for them were just not enough. I thought it was Jackie Love trolling going forward like that. They just won this fight.
Of course, man. I don't even know how or why, but the Chemtech Soul is just that broken. What the heck? I mean,
oh my god.
Wow. That did not look like it was going to happen like that, but they might even push for the end off of the back of a game that I thought was completely set on fire. And so I guess it's just this look here.
Where are the damage dealers? Where are we looking here?
They're zoning Hongkyu. Funyue completely restores Jackie Love by a solid 1k plus health here. He can't get through the Xin Zhao, but somehow he's just able to withstand all of this. It's just totally the Chemtech Soul carry. Because
are they just winning the game?
They're gonna end, yeah.
Hold up. Vampire is dead. That guy is gone. Do they have another mini wave? They're trying to protect the cannon minion. TES have just won a massive game versus JDG. We thought lane plays were going to be the way that we saw JDG win, but a soul will just confirm everything. An amazing Baron fight grabs Top Esports as game number 1.
I mean, JDG was supposed to win that game. Like, they were playing better.
Allegedly.
They did more things well than Top Esports did, but it was the things that Top Esports well, that those happened at the more important moment. You don't gotta do everything right. You just gotta do something right at the right time.
Beautiful. Very, very beautiful there. I mean, Jackie Love and Tian Omega clutched up in those last 2 fights. I mean, the Dragon fight, we're seeing him and the rest of his team like Omega clutch. Cream kind of being a silent killer on this Cassiopeia and some of those last skirmishes. Yep. What an insane game, man. Wow.
Yeah, that was like really unexpected, and it's all off of the back of Tian, low-key. I mean, you have to really give him MVP here, in my opinion. Just getting all these Drakes, finding this early game looks, he was able to set up Shoyan in that top lane really well. He was able to set up that bot lane really well with that look onto Gala. And had he not found some of these looks, it seemed like that game would have just completely fallen apart. Not only did he keep it together like glue, like tape, but he also was able to, like, he didn't just stop them from losing, he made them do that and also single-handedly also win the game. Like, how the heck did they win that game?
That Jarvan fight where he goes in and we're thinking he's gonna die, he gets Lulu ulted, gets multiple people knocked up, and then like
crazy, just
beautiful stuff. I think all around a very well played fight, but it came with a lot of questions. Like that mid game, it's so funny because we talking about like top esports being really aggressive in the early game, mostly around jungle. They had an early game lead, and then they kill Jace one time on top side. They then make a play as well where they're able to take out Jackie Love and Fungyue, and it's like, okay, the game is now super playable for JDG, and it's just small things coming to kind of bite them here towards the tail end.
Yeah, no, honestly, it was just like death by 1,000 cuts, it felt like, or even like 10 cuts, like just like some really small mistakes that they weren't like that big. But I remember I brought this up. It was that mistake from Hongq, just really randomly dying under the enemy mid tier 2, giving over 1k, losing his mid tower because of it. It seems like a really random, arbitrary mistake, but that's no arbitrary mistake at all. That is a very specific mistake that can definitively make the game harder for you, and if anything, prevent your checkmate from taking place. So instead of having this stranglehold on the victory, he lets it slip as Hongq there. I'm going to be honest. I was watching him play pretty closely
LPL
that
gold
game,
graph.
man. That is a freaking awesome gold graph, man.
LPL gold graph, a 9,000 gold swing right there from JDG at the height of their power. 25 minutes, lose the soul, lose the Baron. Wow, 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 wow. So many fights where I'm seeing Vampire get massive engagements. Gala's putting out damage. You were kind of setting him up as the big hero for this team. He had his 1,000 gold lead, and then it took 1.5 fights, and suddenly Jackie Love is up 2,000 gold on him.
Yeah, I still can't really understand what just happened. I think even as JDG, like you kind of, you meet up after that game and you discuss it, and it must be such a strange feeling walking away from that as a defeat, because I really contend that they played better, like overall. It's just that when it mattered most, that top esports was getting the outcomes they needed. Like that Jarvan living with 1 HP into the Luluwald Chemtech soul, like you can't make that up, man. That's gotta feel real bad as JDG. Like they did play overall quite well, but wow, we might have an LPL circle of life where JDG runs AL, but top esports runs JDG.
It's so funny because I'm looking at their their head-to-head, at least just this year. Played twice, obviously, in the regular season. In split number 1, it went 1-1 in series score. It was both 2-0s, but on both ends. And then they get to playoffs. They play that massive 5-game series in the upper bracket quarterfinals, if I'm correct. Goes to 5. JDG end up winning that game number 5. And so they're basically even. It's a 1-game advantage to JDG that has been already subsumed thanks to this game win here.
Yeah, actually they're pretty well evenly stacked up, it seems like. I don't know, like somehow like they were able to do this to AL. They were able to do what they were able to do last night to AL, or a couple nights to AL, but to JDG is able to withstand top esports is able to withstand JDG, which most teams have not been able to do.
So I did some digging. Do you know, or do you want to take a guess as to how many games both of these 80 carries have played in the or just in their career?
How many games like combined between the two of them?
Just yeah, if you want to say like for both of them.
All right, so I'm gonna say it's gotta be like, I'm thinking like 300 each or something. Like it's gotta be quite a lot.
Double that. Gala has played 674. This is the number that I was trying to avoid. Gala has played 682 games, so almost in its entirety, almost 1,400 games between the two of them. The head-to-head, though, goes in favor of Jackie Love. Not including the game we just played, is 34-1 in individual games between these two in favor of Jackie Love.
Is that real?
Yeah,
34-1 for Jackie Love versus Gala. Are we? What?
Jackie Love's been the GOAT for a long time. That brother has
Okay,
had
but
hands.
to be his father like that though, 34
It's 3
to
games.
1?
What do you mean? What do you mean his father? It's 3 games.
Oh, I thought you said. Okay, wait. I thought you said 34 to 1.
Yeah, 34 to 1 in games, like head-to-head games that they've played against each other. They've played
Yeah.
60, so they've played 65 games against each other. 34 of those are wins in favor of Jackie Love.
Okay. So it's not 34 wins for Jack Love, 1 win for Gala.
No.
Okay,
Oh my god.
okay.
Oh
All
my
right.
god.
Yeah, I was like,
He
what?
gets
Like
MVP.
I mean, I don't know how we went from that to MVP because low-key this game, like, Gala was just completely cooking the bot lane the whole time. And then suddenly main character Jackie Love just freaking, he's the man. I don't know how did we get to this frame? This was very unexpected.
There's always Unara scaling, but I did not think it was going to come in like that. That was a game and a half. Maybe giving Jackie Love more chances to stand on mid waves really aggressively is maybe just the key. Give him more dashes. We'll see. But that's going to be end of game number 1 here. We'll see if JDG can bounce back for a game number 2 or if we're going to see a clean sweep from TES. Who knows? We'll be right back here after a short break. This could be the start of something scary between these two teams. Top Esports had a good early game, a questionable mid game, and then two amazing fights back-to-back that set themselves up with a Game 1 win. It's Alcon Fools coming in for game number 2 of this series. Fools, what are some spark notes? I think fans at home who are just joining us, what can they take away?
Gosh, to unpack all that is certainly a wild ride, but if we're going to sum it all up, it's that Jackie Love might not have the best early game necessarily. With laning phase, looks like, I mean, of course, he was laning against Varus Karma, so we take this a bit of a pinch of salt.
Yeah.
You know, yeah, Varus Nico, right, of course, a completely overpowered double range bot lane, so you can give him some leniency here, but if you just get him to the fight with Tian in the front lines, it seems that Top Esports can absolutely run you in those team fights. With Jackie Love just clicking away, taking names, with Tian just rage baiting everyone, just living on 1 HP and just causing a ruckus. So that's kind of what we're looking at here, is the team that not necessarily playing better, but finding themselves opportunities. You know, I have this poster. I didn't watch the movie, so no spoilers, please, to everybody else involved. But it's about the Project Hail Mary. Sometimes you just gotta believe in the Hail Mary. That's all I'm gonna say.
Okay. I was ready for you to be like, oh yeah, I have this poster of this movie from like 20 years ago. Don't spoil it. Everyone's gonna be like, brother, it's too late. We're past the statute of limitations on that one. You're allowed to spoil that movie at this point. But, you know, all right, I haven't also watched it, so I'm going to join you in that boat here. But, man, what a really exciting game, because I think a lot of folks looked and they were like, okay, and if you are not like a super in-depth, even if you are an in-depth LPL watcher, you looked at this team, you're like, okay, 369 is stepping away, Tian's coming back. Is this actually going to be a top-level team? But, I mean, even Top Esports, with 3/5 of the lineup from their 2024 year, with Tien, Cream, and Jackie Love, they were a top-level team just by themselves. And while they might not have Mako, I mean, if they're going to continue to kind of take names, especially if they beat up on this JDG, who had such a great performance just last night, I think suddenly you kind of you're looking at your top of the table. I mean, IG's obviously up there. They're now 3-0. Ninjas and Pajamas is 2-1. 3-1 here for Top Esports would mean they would actually be second here in the LPL. That I think makes your top of the table super, super interesting.
Yeah, this group Ascend is honestly a really interesting spectacle. I think, unfortunately, WE not going to be able to join this conversation, but everybody else seems to be a really contending team here in this group Ascend, just really able to... Anybody can take a game off anyone almost, it feels like. Or at least I'm hoping that that's the kind of group Ascend that's coming to fruition.
Unless you're WE,
here.
I guess.
Unless, of course, you're WE. That does unfortunately not join the category just yet. But they can learn a lot. You know, sometimes the best way to learn is to get completely stomped 8 games in a row. So that's a whole other conversation. No need to get into the weeds of all that, but it does make me want to hone in on the point that I do think, and we both seem to agree on this, that Top Esports did not play better last game. It says 1 in their victory column,
yeah,
but it's just that overall, is that what they deserve, though?
I think JDG played a much better mid-game, as we saw, and that kind of stemmed from them being able to pick out Swayon and open up opportunities for them to play sides. Then they ran the map when it came to just getting side lane plays. So they were very good about playing the larger portion of the game, and there was a chunk of time where they were in the lead, but Top Esports did open up with a pretty good early game. And then it was the mid-game. It's the same, actually, why we have the longest game of the split already is Top Esports' WE, 40 minutes. They went and started trolling around for some of that game, and so maybe Top Esports don't have the strongest mid-game. We'll see if that continues to be the case here as we get into Game 2 draft. Already a focus from Top Esports, getting rid of one of Xiaoshu's best champions in the Mbessa.
Yeah, and honestly, I'm starting to get some flashbacks from that series. I'm pretty sure it was Mazel and I casting the very first series of the Road to the Knights Road playoffs, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, it was Top Esports WE.
Yep. And I remember some absolutely bewildering gameplay where just the team that won the game, not even they knew how or why they did. They just happen to be the final Nexus standing. So that's kind of what it seems like is going on here. And that's just what I love about the LPL so much, is that I think it's just because everyone has so much talent, and low-key with that comes a little bit of this ego, this aggression, this desire to continue clicking forward, that even if teams have leads, they can throw them at the drop of a hat.
So with Azir and Mbessa banned by Top Esports, this means that either Pantheon or Karma get through on B1. You can see that they are currently deciding which avenue they want to go for. It's the Karma this time, prioritizing Fengyue's, and I think more just bewildering to me is the fact that we're letting Pantheon get through. This has been such a priority jungle here in this season so far, and now we're even having that taken away by having the Ezreal separated from the Karma duo.
Yeah, it looks like this draft line has been already a bit explored here, that the fact they're able to immediately snap lock the Ezreal Panth, and I wouldn't be surprised at all as Top Esports, some kind of game theory, you look into this, you anticipate this to be a response. So I think this is about as far as they got in like the guaranteed planning. They're going to first pick Karma, give Ezreal Panth, take the Caitlyn pairing. Now you get to cook the rest of the drafts here. Let's see what direction they want to go.
I really hate Wukong. Nothing against the guy personally. Sounds like he's a great guy to have a party with. You get two guys in one, but yeah. I don't know. Not really have it with how much early jungling has kind of revolved around just being out on the map. I think that being so ult-reliant and not really having too much skirmishing power hurts this champion a lot. Ezreal Bard seems like it's going to be more likely the case, so going to try to get around some of the early laning dominance that Jackie Love and Fengyue were going to have. Gnar, again, another, I think, signature champion after we got to see Swayon style on Flandre with this champ.
Yeah, it's interesting to select Gnar here on the third pick as top. I think it's maybe because they know that JDG has to take the Bard, because or else it's at threat of being banned away. So knowing that their pick is kind of face up, it gives you the opportunity to play with your bans here. Take a top lane blind pick, then use your bans to make the blind pick even more OP. But I feel like with Gnar, you're not really getting that far with that strat. I don't know.
He did really well, and I think this kind of limits... I wonder if they're willing to kind of play around with giving Xiaoshu a really strong champion. His most played so far this year has been Renekton. It has been by far, I think, one of his best champions in his career in the last 2 years. If you're going to play Gnar into Renekton, there are some angles for him to look. Otherwise, I love the bans of getting rid of the Jax and the Rumble and the Mbessa. So either you're going to take a bad matchup and play something like Gwen, who can maybe be a bit more of a lane bully. You can go for Aurora potentially, or just try to play a bit of a longer game, and you're going to maybe look towards Aatrox or maybe Zed. We're getting Vayne top, baby. We're getting Vayne top versus the Gnar.
I like it. This is a signature to none other than Bradley Law. No, but this is a Vayne top special. Really good pick into the Gnar. In theory, in the lane, you're able to really get a lot of done at level 1. And if anything, playing against Gnar at level 1 is a pretty good tech because he doesn't have much range yet. So you can really capitalize. And then you can build a lead that just becomes insurmountable, only at the cost of picking the most volatile possible thing. So that is a slight price to pay.
That is a Nefiri, so Nefiri can try to hunt for this. If we're going to have unstable lanes like the Vayne versus Gnar, let's go ahead and lock up a Twisted Fate. Honkyu playing to sides. If you are ever on a lane and you're too far up, if your turret is gone, or if you're just over the halfway line, level 6s come on through, there's a Twisted Fate and a Pantheon suddenly on the opposite side of the map. There could be a lot of quick plays that JDG tried to pull off that maybe Top Esports aren't looking for, but lane dominance, that's what I'm looking for. Bot lane's going to be explosive, and especially this top lane matchup.
Yeah, this is a draft right here where just on paper, it looks fun to watch. I can already imagine some of the complete tomfoolery that this JDG draft can do with the likes of this Quadra Global, technically kind of comp that they got going on here. You know, they got some semi-global with the Bard ult, but they can really do some crazy things, like where one guy might seem like he's completely alone on that side of the map, and they can just Avengers assemble out of nowhere with Bard ulti, Ezreal ulti, Pantheon, TF, teleport. this is a really exciting comp. It's going to be really, really important about what happens in this top lane matchup, though, which is why I like the Twisted Fate pick so much. It helps capitalize on that instability. You can really lean that into your favor with just one R press at level 6. Next thing you know, that's a 1k gold lead for your top laner, and that lead just never goes away.
Last time we saw Vayne top lane in the LPL would have been 2024 summer. It was going to be Vayne into Camille. The second most recent actually is Vayne into Cassante, and that Cassante was Xiaoshu himself when he was still on Rare Adam. We had them in the league. Getting into game number 2, JDG versus Top Esports.
Jaya.
Right. Fans are excited, and hopefully the English audience is having fun too. A lot of fun lane matchups. We get to see Xiaoshu on Vayne, by the way, which I think is just so incredible. A guy who played a ton of bruisers coming into his career and finally gets to have his pick of a ranged top laner.
Yeah, and then when the draft has some stuff like this, everybody's constantly wondering when the next pressure is going to be applied top lane. Who's going to come top first? Is it going to work? What's the best look? What's the best angle? The best timing? The game becomes so centric around this top lane matchup here. So all of the eggs in the Xiaoshu basket. And if he's able to pick this Vayne and stay on the front foot, their comp is going to be completely broken. If they're able to throttle this Vayne and slow him down a bit as Top Esports, they're going to be in pretty good shape. So again, this entire draft is going to be up to Xiaoshu himself.
So looking at jungle paths, it looks like Pantheon is a little bit ahead. I'm just wondering if Huya... Okay, so Huya, it looks like we are having an issue for everybody at home. Hopefully the feed is going still on your end. If not, looks like we are going to come back to us. Sorry about that, folks. It turns out when we're trying to take a feed all the way from China to come over here, things end up exploding. But it seemed like Jinja was already ahead on his clear. He'd already started the Krugs on the bottom side of the map before Tien had actually even finished his second camp. So he could always make a trip towards bottom lane, but it seems to us anyway that if there's a full clear coming, Jinja's going to end up on the top side.
Yeah, and it's again really important about the top side in a game like this. So I really feel like I wouldn't be surprised to see him recall after those Krugs there, make it count. We are hearing some promising game sounds here, so we're probably
I'm hearing Vayne auto attacks. Yeah. I'm hearing Silver
Vayne
Bolt
is
procs.
tumbling. You know this Vayne is absolutely clicking on this Gnar as much as he possibly can.
There we go. Gameplay on your screen. And you barely missed anything. Already, Vampire's taken a recall. Same thing with their AD carry. Just to try to see if they can control the Raptor brush. I guess for Top Esports, they wouldn't have known where the enemy jungle is. Tien actually already finished the bottom side scuttle. We'll be looking to try to take this one. A level advantage here. Vayne can move first.
Well played.
There's the smite from Jinja. He'll take that and he'll go 1-for-1.
I love having this crowd. They are truly
he's going
alive.
top.
You can hear them. Oh, this is scary. He has exhaust and a lot of minions and maybe level 5.
There we go. Can he find one more? That's the flash away. He doesn't even get it. The Silver Bolt procs are not enough. First blood goes over to Tien.
Honghu wants to help make sure that he can fix this problem here, because the wave's not going to be great. This Gnar wants to keep things on his terms and conditions, but as a good mid laner here, you want to come up here, sacrifice a bit of your game to help Vayne's game.
Wait, did the Fury Dogs end up showing? I was going to say, because he walked out of the brush, it actually meant that he gets that. Tien's going to try to play chicken with him. Okay, Zoyon gets the wave. He'll TP back after this one, and Tien, I think, is just making bank here.
Yep.
And he emotes on him, too.
He's got a bit of a smirk as well. This is alive. I like this a lot. I really like the crowd. I like that we get to see Jack 11 Tien re-enter the league versus some young, LCP talent here as well. I mean, I know we've seen Junja around. It's a long fight.
win
Gnar
this.
wins
I mean,
this.
he's going to get Mega Gnar. He has to land the W.
Wow.
Great condemn from Xiaoshu. And I think that boulder toss is the only thing that is keeping Sui on from death. Jungle's on the opposite side of the map. You know this. You're going to be under with no assistance as soon as you get to Mega Gnar. And Xiaoshu, I don't think he'll get it on this wave, but if he can try to keep Sui on entertained for the next 30 seconds with the next mini wave coming in, he'll hit level 6, he can go for final hour, and that could force Sui on to take an early recall or a death.
Yep, you've got Honkyu as level 6 as well here. But yeah, could just be a jungle gap. If he doesn't click away right now, I think he's just dead. But he might be able to click forward here. Oh, yeah, ulting to clear the wave. Low-key a method.
Okay, that's one. That's bone plating down as well.
Oh, yeah, he's just
Tien's gonna
one
come
here.
here, but it's already too late. Tien's gonna look for it, or Junja's going to look for it anyway. It was a hop and a skip and a death for Sueon.
Yep, pretty nice for Xiaoxi here. He's able to have this Gnar death take place. But with Junja getting the gold, this Gnar is still in a very playable lane state. And honestly, as long as you're against Vayne and your lane is playable, the problem is you don't like outscale her later, but there can be certain stages of the game where Vayne is just extremely vulnerable without a huge lead. So, wow. What did Honky just do?
Do you approve of that from Cream? He's trying to cancel Honky's recall, who, by the way, at 6.5 minutes is 4 DCS on Twisted Fate. He tries to cancel it, but because Honky queued up a gold card there, he has to force the flash from Cream so he doesn't just die from turret shots.
I mean, as a mid laner, I can totally relate to like how desperate you are to cancel recalls sometimes, because it can just be so game winning if you cancel the right recall at the right time. But yeah, there's no need to be too over aggressive as Cream there, so definitely slightly questionable.
I feel bad for Tien because he doesn't he's not going to be able to find a dive here. This is an important timer for Cream. He needs to be staying on top of Honkyu so that he does not get a timer to look for an ultimate. But if Cream overextends in the mid-wave, that could be a Pantheon ultimate coming and taking him down. No flash for this Annie makes her a really easy target. And similarly here for the bottom lane, if Tien shows on top side, you have to be worried as Jackulov and Funyuan.
Yeah, I would say Annie losing her flash isn't just her problem, but it's honestly the whole team's problem, because it's going to mean that Annie is going to have a slightly harder time zoning TF, getting prio versus TF, because she has to fear the Pantheon threat, and that just means that Honkyu is going to be that much more unlocked to make use of his ult. Looks like they want to dive on this current wave. Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure this guy is just literally dead from 100 to 0 in the next 30 seconds. Unless they want to do something about it.
It seems like for now, JDG instead are going to go for Grub. So look, the point you're going for, I think, is completely, it makes sense, right? Like Twisted Fate was even starting to roam over. We saw Vampire walk through mid. Very likely that if Sueon had done anything there to provoke JDG, they would have immediately collapsed. And maybe they go for it on the next wave. You can already see that Honky's playing up on this wave in mid lane. Once they finish all 3 grubs, they can try to attack the Gnar and take that turret in its entirety. Small trade here from Cream will chunk out Honky, but he still has heal. So wave's gone. They're looking top.
Yeah, I mean, Zoyan just does not get to play the game here. They're going to get a Drake as TES. So the more pressure you can absorb here, the better. But I'm definitely going to say that this is a JDG favorite trade. To deny Gnar this much is so much more than just one Drake. But this can matter a lot more later, of course.
It's gonna matter for just the top quests, right? Because right now, Sueon's not getting any top experience because he's not behind his, or he's not in front of his most alive outer turret here. He's gonna try to walk forward. Junja's also here, so Sueon's sacrificing life just to get some experience, and it might just be the entire health bar here. Xiaoshu will flash, he'll use the exhaust, and they'll get the kill and another plate for this Vayne top.
Yeah, I mean, Soyan just looks like he knows that his job here just absorb the rage bait. The rest of his team is doing pretty well for themselves. So I like the way he sips that coffee. He doesn't fret. He doesn't frown. He just keeps playing. That's an admirable, trait to have, is to realize sometimes they're giving you cortisol, but that doesn't mean the game is lost whatsoever. Just because your game is difficult doesn't mean the game state overall is half bad. You've got the Ocean Drake. You've got your teammates all performing well. You just tank to death and life goes on.
The other part of that argument, though, is that if you don't get enough on the opposite side, then you're just a Gnar that's down 40 CS at 10 minutes, and then you're useless for the rest of the game, right? So we do need to see a lot more, I think. It is a decent gold lead, but I'm looking at the other ones, or the other lanes right now. Cream has a 30 CS lead, but the one time that Honky looks to leave the lane, that's going to turn into something. Vampire's to flash out. He's going to use a portal. He'll escape for now, and that'll be Top Esports just trying to muscle some more early vision on the bottom side of the map. Maybe they just go for another dive here. Honky getting attacked by Tibbers. On the hunt available for Top Esports, but they're going to just give this one up. Get a recall for the enemy mid.
Yeah, Cream just using his ulti pretty often off cooldown here just to mess with Honkyu's tempo, to lower his conditions, make it harder for him to really make use of the ulti. And until Honky gets those Merc Treads, there's pretty much nothing he can do about that. So this CS lead is just going to keep growing. Thankfully, as TF, you don't really miss out so much on the gold, but it just doesn't feel great that you're not, cashing in on as much. So it just kind of evens out.
Got to be careful. We keep talking about this Vayne matchup. He's going to go Mega Gnar now, and I'm looking at the minimap. Bard, they have vision on the bot side jungle camps. I think there needs to be some kind of comm from TES saying Pantheon could head top side. Pantheon could look for a dive on this next wave, and with 3 grubs, that might just be the entire turret as well. Swayan's going to go Mega. He's going to try to go for the mini wave, but he is losing way too much HP. Xiaoxu might just kill him before his jungle even gets there. The wave's gone now, and JDG are going to continue to play around this ranged top lane.
I feel like Jordan knew he was dead there, and he definitely overstays his welcome to clear as many minions as he could. If anything, Junja didn't even have to show there, so he didn't. So technically, top doesn't really know Junja's position necessarily. This guy just dies here, by the way.
Yep.
With a hubris in Tian's
Wait
inventory.
a minute. He just Jackie Love just ulted for that, and Tian just said, "Thank you. I'll take that instead. You're not gonna. We're gonna get Caitlyn ult on large cooldown. Hey, he'll get his hubris proc, but Jackie Love feels a bit scammed there. We'll see if he can get any kind of plates to make it a little bit more even."
I mean, both these players clearly missing their primes in the LPL, so they just want to get whatever they can on the scoreboard to get as much dopamine as possible, because they must miss it, man. These guys were having really good times back in the day. You can tell they're still homies, but unfortunately, you can't really toss your boy a freebie like that. First come, first serve.
We're gonna cancel a recall. It's Jackie Love, the loose flash. Ooh, even Junja now arrives.
They're pressing
Mikhail's
all the
to
buttons.
Give a little bit of health. Jackie Love not enough HP at this point. Even a Twisted Fate to try to join. This is turning into an all-out team fight. Everybody's
Avengers.
TPing. This went from 3 members versus 1 to suddenly the Avenger beams. Everybody is in top lane. All right, no more fighting. Everybody, take a break. We got 40 seconds before Dragon. That was a lot of hubbubaloo, and maybe, just maybe, JDG will get their first turret here.
And I mean, this is what I love about LPL, because just because Jackie Love chose to recall in that bush instead of the other one, now everybody gets summoned into the top lane. Like, it's just all because of one recall spot. Like, it can't be that serious, but yes, it can. So, yeah, I mean, it turns out that's what this
I thought
comp
this
does.
was random. I thought this was random. It was a great vision cone. We were coming out of a replay itself. Well, the things we prescribed from draft came true, fools. An 80 carry step up over the halfway line of the lane, and suddenly there's 4 people fighting everyone.
Now that is an extremely effective team comp, because some of the best ultis they have in the Pantheon and the Ezreal, they have the channel time, right? Well, you can just tempered bait them, or you can just one-shot them with Annie.
Oh, my God. And Tian took the turret and flashed over. If that's not aggressive, I don't know what is. Junja's trying to escape. He'll use his flash. This is a terrain visual bug. That wall does not exist there. Junja will live with his life, but Top Esports, they get another dragon for themselves. JackeyLove is pushing this wave, and maybe they'll claw back this gold lead right now that Xiaoshu's been able to attain.
Yeah, I mean, claw is definitely the right word here, because I think Tian is just completely able to carry this game. He's got 2 kills on his hubris right now, and this item is extremely effective. I don't know who's played solo queue recently, but hubris is just everywhere, and the item is completely taking over. So to see it in an LPL Pro game where he is able to get a good head start with it as well, I mean, Tian can absolutely take this game over.
I still take umbrage with something you said earlier, where you're saying Tian and JackeyLove are past their prime. These brothers still got hands.
They sure do.
These guys, yeah, JackeyLove last year was all-pro 80 carry. I think he was in top 2 at the very least for at least portions of the split, and then also won MVP of Split 3 last year. Like, still dangerous, still a dangerous man here. JDG now with 3 grubs and a Herald try to take this one. Looks like Top Esports are more than happy with continuing to go through the phases of get our lanes back in. For every wave that Shueyan gets to pick up, it is like Christmas to him. He's like, thank you, Vayne, you've allowed me to pick up this lane. I feel so much better.
I think I'm just thinking back to the days of IG, JackeyLove, and FPX Tian. You know what I mean? Like, I think life was good. You know, like they were thriving, they were in their element, they were winning world championships, and now here they are, able to maybe do it again. I mean, I'm not trying to get way ahead of myself, but all I'm saying is it's good to see them both back, and you know, good to see them together as well. And I feel like this year, any team can really take home the Summoners Cup. It could be LNG for all we know. So I mean,
true, very true.
Yeah. So let's just watch this glory in action. Talk, you know?
That would be a rags to riches story if anyone ever saw one.
Literally.
There is a little bit of a scuffle. It is JackeyLove who yet again gets caught. Perfect use of the Mikhails there. Will free JackeyLove from those chains and turn into a kill on the Vampire. Probably looking at a mid-tier 1 that's fun. Can we also maybe acknowledge the fact that despite this Vayne being up 60 CS and 2,000 gold, didn't get the first tower of the game? That is a really incredible feat being pulled off by the other side of Top Esports.
Yeah, I mean, I think this might just be a game where Shueyan just pretty much does quite literally nothing, but he just gets to have a win. Like that can happen in pro play, technically, and this could be the kind of game that shapes up to transpire that way. I mean, honestly, I still can't get over the fact we got to honor Fengyue for that recent play. It looked like JackeyLove was completely caught out, but it just turns out one Mikhails can change absolutely everything. And yeah, bro, you're dead, man. Oh, Hextech plate is too broken. That's all.
Yeah, the experimental Hex play, as soon as he presses ultimate, he gets 1 million MS.
Yeah.
And is able to escape. If Cream had either his rocket belt or his flash, I think that's Xiaoshu just dying. So a lot of respect being paid, and he'll have that ultimate coming right back up in no time. A minute before we get to this next dragon. It's a gold lead here for JDG. How do we feel about their position in this game? I don't think we've really gotten Hongq to kind of interact with the rest of the map right now.
Okay, so things are pretty awkward for JDG, I would say, because they can't. Well, okay, so they could team fight with this Vayne. This Vayne could completely take over a fight just with how much stronger she is than Gnar. She's about to get the Essence Reaver probably on time before the Drake as well. Only problem is there's no Mikhails, there's no Merc Treads, there's no nothing. Cream has Flash. You just can't really group as this Vayne. You will just get one shot more than likely. So it's pretty tough to play out from here.
Oh, JDG tried to take a gamble. They tried to all be in top lane, maybe seeing if Shueyan or anybody from Top Esports would go there. They don't get punished. So it'll be a lot of vision. This will be Hongq being able to very safely farm out this wave. Maybe he gets one more plate with the Crystalline Overgrowth that's starting to grow on this tier 2. And he can very quickly join the mid fight right now. So see if they can find a timer. It's an unfortunate ultimate there from Vampire that will not get anybody from Top Esports. And Dragon's gonna spawn. This would be sole point if TES can get this.
Yeah, it's weird. Like, I don't think you want to give this, but I don't think you want to contest it either. Like, you kind of just want to do whatever they're about to do right here.
Herald will maybe get Jinja over. This is Mega Gnar that's teleporting in, but he's running out of rage. This needs to be a quick fight here. The Swayon looking, uses the ultimate, doesn't push them back, but that is the space that TES
Somebody
needed.
drive that thing.
Dragon Soul has been taken here. The Soul Point has been started. We're getting in to try to go for knockups. How many more can Honku find? That's one onto Swayon. He'll escape for the time being. They're going to reorient themselves. Oh, he got out. Oh, no. He ran out of timer here. Flash out from the Twisted Fate. Nothing else to be found. JDG will lose the Dragon, lose the Herald, and at the very most here, Top Esports can feel more and more conviction with their potential of being able to take back this game number 2.
Yeah, they are in prime position right now.
We're
They've got a pretty good look here onto Xiaoshu. He has to somehow flash the stun.
There we go. Yeah. Cream gives him no options. Exhaust, flash, use. He goes invisible. They're going to try to outplay this scenario. Can Tien find the Vayne on the hunt? Boom. That is 1 kill. How much more can we grab? Jackie Love is back in base. Looks like they're going to just trade 1-for-1 for the solo lanes. And JDG will feel at least okay with the fact that we got to see Xiaoshu put on some blue suede shoes.
More to come here on Fengwei.
Do they get more? No gold cards. Swayon.
There's more.
Gold. Oh my god, the Bard ultimate saves him, and Tiem's able to find Gala. I can't believe this, fools. Do not tell me we're going to see Top Esports find a way to muscle themselves back into position in this game. Jackie Love has moved all the way from base to come for this play. This could be massive for Top Esports. They start off with reaction on a Junja, and then Honku follows. Jackie Love is going to flash forward. Vampire throws up a 1 centimeter portal, and that gives a triple kill to Jackie Love.
He throws up a 1 centimeter portal, and Top Esports throws up a few question mark pings to boot. That is just so beautiful. And this Naafiri champ is just going to completely take over the game from this spot. I mean, that inventory is just so effective. Super, super well played from Xiaoshu here. Getting the stealth to begin with, giving Cream a hard time to crowd control him at all, and then buying so much time and distance with the Vayne. Really thanks to the synergy calling Junja there to ulti in. And the rest of this fight is extremely Top Esports favored once Naafiri is able to play it. I'm surprised they couldn't get onto Gnar, but yeah, he just one-shots Gala through everything. This Naafiri champ has so much sticking power, and you see it here now.
There's those hubris. I'm still laughing at the fact that this play all started when they were
Look
trying
at this
to go
W, by
Xiaoshu.
the way, from Tian. He didn't see it.
Here he goes. Here he goes. Oh,
come on.
Perfect. Pantheon can't even get the point click stun at that point.
Beautiful, man.
It's so cool because they got that kill. We saw Jackie Love flash forward and the crowd erupted. They love to see this guy come back in, throw some hands with some of these 80 carries. And now Top Esports, they find themselves with Soul Point on the line with a minute and a half before that spawns. A 2,000 gold lead here. And honestly, fools, I'm just waiting for when this Vayne is going to get more. They'll find Cream. They're sending everybody. This guy's just dead. All right.
At what cost, though?
Can they get
more? You don't
more?
have to go in as top here. You can literally tank this death and not care much. It's a question of if JDG forces an additional play here. Surely you cannot start the Baron as this team comp. I suppose they all deploy towards the bot river here and pray they can get enough setup. I don't know what else you can even do off the back of that pick.
Cream will still have flash before this next objective. They look for something. They're getting a lot of gold here for Honku, who's been farming side lanes silently. And when I asked for him to step up in this game, it seems like that has really come at the cost of going for maybe one pick on side and then everything blowing up afterwards. Honku is almost kind of taken like a big mechanical step back. He's usually a player that is really well known for his ability to kind of get in your face, play a lot of those lanes that are going to solo kill, but his identity, I think, so far in the team in Split 2 has really been play to sides, play the map a little bit wider, and those mechanics will come in handy when we get to the big team fights, but sometimes there's some question marks left. And JDG now will need to do everything in their power to stop this Soul.
If they can look onto Gnar, they can completely save this game. I don't know if they can, though, because they're going to run out of looks. Because now they control the space, but they can't hold it for much longer.
Get out. Has so many pack mates at level 15 that he just gets to survive this. Teleport from Cream. This is the all-important fight. JDG, if they can take this dragon, give themselves some breathing room in this game for potential
50-50.
items on their AD carries. Cream will feign and engage with that rocket belt forward. If they draw a battle lines, Tien goes vulnerable, does not have time to get to the smite, but a two-man stun onto Xiaoshu. There is Sway on. They find Junja. How much more are JDG going to be able to get from this fight? They already got the dragon. That was their success point to start. Double kill for Tien will open up some more kills, but it might just be Baron here going over to TES.
Yeah, the entire game can just end right there if Tian gets the last hit on the Drake. It's really tough though, and no need. I mean, the fights are just so favorable. This Nefiri champ is just fully taking them over. I mean, there's not really many easy ways to kill this Nefiri. I mean, the Ezreal gets countered by the pack mates, the TF does no damage and just gets Nefiri W'd, and the Pantheon's super weak, and the Vayne hasn't really had the chance to play the fights out. So I think Nefiri is just such a masterclass of a champion here, and Tian's showing why he still got it.
The only point-and-click crowd control that they have that's guaranteed is Pantheon, and we've seen time and time again that Tian just does not care. I think this was really smart from Vampire, use the ultimate to get that ability out from Tien so he can actually maybe not have as much influence going into that play.
Yeah, I do like that ulti.
Blew up.
Yeah, Zoran just doing what he can to offer something for his team. He is completely weak. He's
whoa!
Not able to do much. We got more. We got more.
Is this gonna be game? I'm saying that because they still have Baron. Xiaoshu is coming in with his teleport. He uses ultimate immediately. He gets into that fight. He gets out. Tien's going to move forward. How much more can they find? The Darkened Daggers will not get Hongq, but it will be an ace in the hole. That gets the mid laner of JDG. The Beijing arena erupts as Top Esports find more wins in a team fight.
It looked like Xiaoshu might have been able to clutch that right there, but no, not at all. He's just not nearly strong enough. And this could be very well the final push, but surely they click back. Surely.
Look at the damage that Gala is putting down. Every single one of those Mystic shots was starting to land on the Jackie Love's chin. We'll push them off for now. But such a tense moment. What happened there before that? We were in a replay this entire time. I imagine we're getting right back into the observer cams on that.
Yeah, I am really surprised that JDG puts themselves in this spot. I wonder what they saw here. I mean, there's a cleanse and Mikhail's, I would imagine. Getting the flash out of Fengyu, but yeah, at that point you can't disengage that. Thankfully, Xiaoshu does trade back his kill onto Fengyu. They only have to defend one more minute.
So risky. That was so risky there from Xiaoshu. I think I saw two worlds. One where Xiaoshu absolutely 1v9s a team fight and we get to see him collide on the Vayne. And another one where he tumbles forward and then gets taken down. Come back to live. Top Esports are sieging this top tier 2. I think this is such a good play. Get as much gold on the cross map while you have these last 40 seconds with this Baron.
Yeah, this is actually a really hard couple minion waves to clear here on this final push. This wave that's pushing in the top lane, not now, but the one right behind them. I think this top tower dies no matter what.
Did you see that headshot there from Jackie Love? Infinity Edge? That lands, it did a third of Gala's HP. He did not get to really enjoy too much of his health bar there. They're clearing out more waves. We have the Baron or the Dragon spawning in a minute and a half again. Gala now to a third. Finally, it took a headshot and an ace in the hole to finalize that one. Top tier 3 taken up. Can Top Esports not only get the inhibitor, but then fall off afterwards?
Jackie's tagged.
Tempted Fate to get 3 members here. They're putting all of the eggs into find Jackie Love's basket, but Shueyan is logging at the back line, and Junja alongside this Vayne are doing damage, but it is not enough. Top Esports are fighting back. A triple kill here for Tian, and with 2 members of JDG left, he's gonna look for the pentakill. Gala is gonna fall. A quadra kill. One more, and it is Vampire. It'll be taken by Fengyu, and the Nexus will be gone. Top Esports 2-0 JDG.
Completely out of nowhere, Top Esports doesn't just take game 1, they take the whole series. And we were wondering, how's the replacement gonna do in the jungle position for Top Esports? How's the return of Jackie Love gonna do for Top Esports? And it turns out pretty damn well.
10-0-3 on the Fury, man. This guy is cracked. I love it. All TN haters, you gotta silence yourself. If there was TN slander in the Twitch chat, you're getting moderated. You're going on a 5-minuter, okay? You're taking a timeout.
Gee. How on earth did they just do this? I mean, I really thought JDG, especially after last night, like one of easily best teams in the league, and to not only steal that game 1, but then to use that momentum into a 10-0 nuclear performance as Tian here, that's going to be my MVP for this game, unquestionably.
Oh, for
and,
sure.
I mean, Jackie Love, he definitely did perform too, so it was kind of like a bit of like a Kobe Shaq situation here, or kind of like a LeBron, Dwayne Wade kind of thing. Like, they really were just able to be exactly who they always have been. These really prominent LPL players. They showed these youngins who they are.
A very clinical game from him, and I mean, we do have to call into question. This was a last pick Vayne into the NAR, got a lot of resources, but then fell off a cliff. This almost reminds me of all of the discussions of when you have like these super talented top laners. I'm obviously kind of going back to like LCS when we had Tenacity come in, and then there was Sniper for a long time. A lot of people were like, okay, Surdy as well. When are we going to see the Vayne top? When are we going to see things like Aurelia top to come in and kind of run over the league? They're like, oh, you get an advantage in lane, and then we get to team fights. We didn't see anything. That's exactly what happened here for this Vayne.
Yeah, the pick can just do so well early, but I kind of anticipated something like this could happen where if you've only got like a small to medium-sized lead where it's not completely breaking the game wide open, that if the other 4 members of your team are not doing well and are actually losing respectively, the champion just doesn't necessarily have that prominence to single-handedly carry in a draft like that. It's only really able to...
no front line.
Yeah, you can neutralize
Bard.
the NAR, but you can't have a suddenly magical team fight setup. I can't do both. That's what I liked about the NAR pick with the bans is he basically forced the opponent into either having a pick that can win lane and be bad as an overall team selection, or you can have a champion who loses lane like a tank into the NAR, but is actually an effective pick for the team. That might have been the better look for JDG, just to put Xiaoshu on a more stable character, neutralize the NAR, because playing to shut down the NAR at the cost of your team comp was not worth it.
Wow, what a crazy read, by the way. So I'm looking at the future schedule here. We're not going to have an updated graphic, really, to kind of showcase this, but Top Esports, their upcoming spread of games is going to be super dangerous. They'll have a bit of a break from today to their next match, but the 16th, the 19th, and the 25th, they're going to be playing against BLG, Invictus Gaming, and NIP. Those are currently the top 3 teams in the standings right now. And while expectations might be different for each one of those matchups, Top Esports, if they win, they've already started this win streak now, beating AL and JDG. The sky is the limit. Even if they go 2-2 in this record now in the next 3, or 2-1 or 1-2, I think this is really dangerous. Top Esports might be in the top 4 already.
Yeah, this was really not what I expected out of this series at all. I don't think I've fully registered what I think of this Top Esports roster just yet, but after watching them play just now, the only question that I even have is Joyan. If you imagine that's 369, I mean, I feel like this roster is just so extremely good and up there, but I definitely think that Joyan can be good enough. So I definitely think, that, as you say, this roster clearly can do some damage.
It's all kind of up in the air now. Sueon got focused, obviously, in this draft, but held it down and said, look, my Nexus didn't explode, yours did. I don't care that you're up 1,500 gold. We do not care. As you saw, we have a Cream interview rolling right now, so we're actually going to kick it to our standings. One last look before we start to wrap up the show. Gotta be exciting right now, man. Everything is being shook up here in the LPL. BLG still moving on up. We have Top Esports who are currently, this is actually not updated right now. This is going to be Top Esports who should be 3-1 right now. JDG as well. It looks like they're also not proper. Okay, so we've We're going to pull this back. We're going to pull this back real quick because I'm seeing NIP and JDG linked on the wrong sides.
Yeah.
Anyway, I think the fact that Top Esports are now 3-1, kind of scary. Kind of scary news.
Yeah, I think 2-2 would be the much more expected result when you look at this team on paper before the split even starts, even from this series today about what's going to happen. But no, somehow it's not even a 2-1, it's a 2-0 for Top Esports. Taking this series home quite in a shocking fashion too. This is, yeah, as you say, the sky's the limit. I'm not too high on this team, to be honest, like yet. As I said, I think they have really good pieces. They definitely have the potential with the Jackie Love, you know, with the Tian. But again, just want to make sure they can build that synergy with Joyanne, with everyone else. Because obviously BLG, AL, teams like this are going to be very hard to beat in the playoffs. So,
yeah. All right, so that is a 2-0 there. Again, going up to 3-1. JDG look incredible to start. But that is the end of our show here, ladies and gentlemen. I want to thank everybody who joined us, whether you were a short-time lurker or you were here for the entire 4-0 day. Quick night here tonight. Fools, thank you again for pulling double duty here and coming in to save Mazel, who is currently not feeling well. So if you want to send him some well wishes, he'd really appreciate that. But for everyone here at LPL English, before we head off, we want to thank our elite coffee supporters, Aaron Soup and Mung. Their pledged financial contributions continue to help level up this broadcast and give back to the cast and crew that want to give you an LPL English product every single day. We'll be back here tomorrow again. We have new games to be played. OMG versus LGD, so some more Group Nirvana action, and Weibo versus BLG, which will be taking place tomorrow night. Might be another quick night there if everything goes to expectation. Fools, any last words before we sign off for the night?
I just think that I'm just so thankful that we all as people get to watch what is the league of the LPL, because I watch a lot of competitive league, you know, from tier 2 to tier 1 to all the regions, and there's just nothing that hits quite like the LPL, because I'm telling you, man, like, you recall in the wrong bush, you click on the wrong ward, and suddenly the Avengers just spawn out of the woodwork, and it's just so fun watching the scrappiness and the craziness of this league. So I just think it's really a treat to behold, and we should all be grateful that we get to watch it.
Here, I don't want you to feel too bad because the Winthrop lab decided that you don't get to have lights and you're going to get Mordekaiser ulted, so I'm going to join you. I'm also going to be in the Mordekaiser ult with you. Guys, we're going to sign off for the night. Again, thank you for joining us. It's been Alk Fools, the rest of the crew, Ice on production, Ice Firelight, I should say, and the rest of the guys here at LPL English. Thank you for joining us. We'll be back here tomorrow for more Group Ascend and Group Nirvana action.